recommended that you keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. And under state law, matters presented under this item cannot be discussed or acted upon by the Planning Commission at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, public will be invited to make comments at the time the item comes up for consideration by the Commission.
Chair Felder, may I ask a procedural question?
Yes.
Since the hotel issue is on the agenda, but going to be continued, if someone is in attendance tonight here from the public who doesn't know that the item is going to be continued to a future date and came here to public, can they make comments during the public comment session since it's going to be removed from the agenda?
No, because it still technically is on the agenda. We have not removed it from the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
With that, if anyone has comments, please step forward.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Matt Metzler, and I'm glad it stopped raining because so I could ride my bicycle to the meeting tonight. I'm an avid bicyclist. I own a car, but in the interest of doing my part to reduce greenhouse gases when possible, I choose to bicycle instead of driving. I'd like to point out to you how Sonoma streets are planned for car transportation and the many examples in which our town is not planned for getting around by walking or bicycling instead of driving. Why is it easier to drive through our busiest intersections than it is to walk or bicycle? Sonoma desperately needs more housing, and it's great that they've built new housing over there on between Spain and Napa Street, right next to El Pueblo Inn. But it's insane that the residents there won't be able to walk across the street to get a burrito at Taqueria Jalisco or shop at Staples. Shame on the commission for approving that project and not allowing the residents there a way to be able to walk across the street. I often ride the bike path from Sonoma to the Springs, and it's great that I see a lot more cyclists there now than I did 10 or 20 years ago. The bike path crosses 3 streets between 5th Street West and Highway 12, Joaquin Drive, Junipero Cerro Drive, and Robinson Road. These streets have very little car traffic. Why do we have stop signs on the bike path when there are usually many more bike path users than car traffic on these streets? Shouldn't the cars, which are spewing out greenhouse gases, have to stop when there are more bike path travelers than cars? To encourage non-motorized transportation, I think the bike path users should be given the right of way over the cars on quiet streets like those. And why do we provide street lights for cars, but not like the bike path for cyclists and walkers? And why do we permit trash cans, delivery drivers, and construction vehicles to block bike lanes when they would be cited if they blocked car traffic? Once a week, most bike lanes are blocked by trash and recycling bins, so we really only have bike lanes 6 days a week in Sonoma. There is not time in my 3 minutes to list all of the places where it's difficult to find a place to lock my bike in town. On Tuesday, the bike rack at Whole Foods was full, and I had to lock my bike to a pole in the parking lot. Many bike racks are obviously planned and installed by people who've never actually tried to lock a bike in the rack. Why is it easier to park a car than it is to lock a bicycle in our parking lots? It should be easier to ride and lock a bicycle than it is to drive and park a car in all residential and commercial properties in Sonoma. Car parking is a lot more expensive and takes a lot more of our city than adequate bike parking. Our roads are designed too much for speed and convenience of car drivers, and I think it's important that the Planning Commission consider non-motorized transportation in all planning in the city of Sonoma. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Good evening, Chairman and Planning Commissioners. My name is Gary Germano, and I live at 18850 Melvin Avenue in Sonoma. I have little handouts for each of you. Can I give them to you now?
Pass them over to the staff.
Okay. How many do you need? Okay. So I've spoken to you before regarding the Donald Street and Verano Avenue annexation to the Springs specific plan that we have come to find out was done back in 2012. And the neighborhood and the property owners for the rezoning they're planning have never been notified of the whole operation. And basically what I'm doing is I'm giving you two things because they're easy to read. This is an outline of the annexation history and the information that we have had to uncover from the county on the process that went on without any of us knowing about it. And this is a pamphlet of maps and an application, which is the latest thing that we just found out about 2 weeks ago, that without telling us, the county has applied as a priority development area and singled out the lot that caused this whole issue to come up, the 2.36 acre lot, for a potential future dwellings per unit of 224. And it's the one on your sheet here that has the purple line across it. It's on page 5, but I'm trying to keep it short for you, so I'd like you to take a look at this when you actually have some time. It won't take you very long at all. It's very simple. But just one more thing they did without telling us, even though we've been in conversation and meetings with them along the way, all of a sudden this just pops up with that 224 dwelling units per acre. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, incidentally, your city is on the other side of Verano, so that's the cut line. This is all across from you.
We know that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for allowing public to speak. My name's Reese Wheatley, and I live on 18918 Robinson Road with the Donald Group that kind of got left out of the planning process, the Spring Specific Plan, and just came here today to tell you about something that I'm assuming you already know, but I've learned not to assume. So I just want to make sure everyone knows, even people in the gallery, that coming up before the Board of Supervisors on Tuesday is a vote on a application for PDA, Priority Development Area, and they are citing the Springs for this designation. And as I'm sure you also know, priority development areas are areas where they do expect to put a majority of the growth in the next 40 years, 20, 40 years. This one is out till 2050. I don't know how the Springs qualifies. I know what that's on the application has to do with bus service upping from 30 minutes or down to 20-minute wait. I don't know how that could qualify because historically PDAs are in areas that have metro transit. They have bus stations. They have ferry docks. They have trains and metros. And obviously we don't have any of that. We really in the Springs, only recently have they addressed our biking issue, our bike paths, and our walking. And with the new plan, pretty much they can have control more so than a Spring-specific plan over the zoning and the density as well. So I just wanted to let you guys know that that's what's going on in your backyard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners and staff. Lynn Marie DeVincent, thanks for this opportunity. I have some good news. The City of Berkeley has won an important victory this week when the United States Supreme Court upheld the Berkeley ordinance called the Right to Know Law. The ordinance was actually approved in 2016, but it was blocked by the CTIA, which is the trade association that represents wireless communications industry in the U.S. They sued on the grounds that it violated their free speech rights by requiring them to deliver a message with which they disagreed. Think about that. The ordinance requires dealers to notify their customers that the FCC sets radiation standards for cell phones and that exposure may exceed the federal guidelines if users carry their phone in a pants or shirt pocket or tucked into a bra while they're connected to a wireless network. Retailers must display the warning on a poster or a handout flyer attributed to the City of Berkeley. This is from Ellen Marks, director of the California Brain Tumor Association. People have a right to know the truth at the point of sale so they can properly protect themselves and their families. So the wireless industry successfully kept this important information from the public for 3 years, while the massive propaganda ads continued to brainwash customers into buying expensive devices they are unaware can cause health problems. On a related note, a Sonoma friend, thank you Sabina, bought a new LG K40, and she read the booklet that came with it. 7 pages of setup instructions and 24 pages of warnings, safety instructions, and safe tips. It warned against wearing cell phones close to your body, in particular holding the phone up to your ear because of potential, quote, health risks to the brain. They tell you do not put it in your back or front pocket. The FCC safety instructions require a minimum separation of 1 centimeter from cell phone to body that must be maintained in order to comply with the FCC regulations. Don't use metal clips to attach a cell phone to your belt, no other hardware. And Sabita asks, if this radiation from electromagnetic devices is so safe, as the FCC is insisting, why does a little cell phone need 24 pages of warnings and safety instructions? So stay tuned with Sonoma Neighbors for Safe Tech will bring you Smartphones Are Making Us Dumb. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Hi, David Eicher, E-I-C-H-A-R. See, first thing, there's a bunch of notices on the door. And one of them is red with black writing, which is almost impossible to read in the light right now. So maybe next time, I know you want to draw attention to it, but maybe you need to rethink that, how you draw attention to it. But anyway, on other notes, I wanted to say, I just read today that Commissioner Kelso Barnett is going to be on the STC Planning Advisory Committee, and I think that is a great choice. And I know that that's the STC. Whatever comes there is going to affect all of us in the valley and the city here, so that'd be great. A lot of experience, and I understand tonight, Chair Felder, this is your last night as chair, and I just wanted to say I think you've been done a great job. You probably feel like you're herding cats at times, but I feel that you have allowed myself and everyone to speak to the matters before you, and I just want to say thank you for your work.
Thank you, David. Anyone else?
Good evening. Carol Campbell, 307 West Spain Street. On December 18th last year, there was a Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission meeting in this room regarding 365 West Spain Street. Many who live on West Spain came to hear the new owner's plans for that property. We heard that it would be a single-family residence for the owner, Kavanaugh Koch. The house would be batten and board, gray with a black door, have a soft setback and a garage in back with off-street parking and an 850 square foot rental. What happened? Have you driven down West Spain Street? Nothing was mentioned about the height. The plans we saw didn't show the overpowering bulkiness of these structures. The plans we saw showed a 2-step up into the main house and looked compatible to the neighborhood. We have lost our unique, cozy, individual, single-family atmosphere. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it was your job to have foreseen what would happen. And because we are also in the historic overlay, you should have ensured that property would be harmonious and suitable to the low-density residential street that we have always been. I am not happy. I fail to understand how those overpowering structures meet the set regulations that the city of Sonoma has in place. And I'm sad, and the neighborhood is sad. and people who drive up and down our street, and granted, we have tons of traffic, are totally surprised about that particular property. I'm sorry it happened. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing no one approach, I'll close the public comment section. The next item is review of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to the agenda?
I will be abstaining from the agenda for the 11/21 meeting.
Okay. Well, we aren't on the consent calendar yet, but that's okay. Anyone else? Okay, we will move on to late correspondence.
Late correspondence was received on 691 Broadway, the hot mug tent item, and also on the 153 West Napa hotel item that will not be heard tonight.
Thank you. Next item is consent calendar. All items listed on consent calendar considered to be routine will be acted upon by single motion. No separate discussion of these items unless members of the Planning Commission, staff, or public request that these items be removed for separate action. There are two items on the consent calendar, the minutes from the 11/14 meeting and the special meeting on 11/21. So is anyone, we have one abstention from the 11/21. Anyone else? If not, we will take a motion on the items. No, just abstentions we can just mention and then we'll take a
I
motion.
will also be abstaining from November 21st.
Okay, Chair Felder, I'd like to remove that agenda, the minutes for discussion from the consent calendar.
Which one?
The 11/21
Okay.
minutes.
Okay, so we will take then a motion for the 14th minutes.
Okay, I'll
Move
make
to
a
approve.
motion that we approve the minutes for the 11/14 Planning Commission.
Okay,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Unanimously carried. So we will then pull the minutes for the 11/21. Steve, do you want to?
Yeah, as you recall, this is the one where we were dealing with whether something was a demolition or not, which would trigger a design review. And as I recall, the motion that was made asked staff, what the minutes say is directed staff to report back on policy changes for the demolition process for planning in conjunction with the issuance of building permit. As I recall the motion, and what I would prefer that this reflect is that we specifically ask for a definition of what is and what is not demolition so that we can make clear and consistent decisions on this in the future. So rather than state directed staff to report back on policy changes for demolitions, I would suggest it say directed staff to develop a definition for demolition which will guide future planning decisions.
And I think that's my recollection as well. So if those who are present here have no problem with that, we will make that correction and I'll take a motion to approve as corrected.
So moved.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0. Okay, here we go. We'll move on to a public hearing. The first item on the agenda for a public hearing is the consideration of the hotel on West Napa Street. And we have had a request from the applicant to continue this item, understanding that there have been comments about recirculating the EIR. And so with that, we will not have any staff report or public discussion of this item tonight, but we'll take a motion to continue it to off calendar until that recirculation can be accomplished. Would someone care to make that?
Move to continue.
Okay, I'll second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander,
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar,
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos,
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett,
Aye.
and Chair Felder.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Item 7.2, consideration, discussion, possible action to extend a temporary use permit application for Hop Monk Tavern for a temporary tent at 691 Broadway during winter months, including an action to approve categorical exemption pursuant to section 15311 of CEQA, guidelines for placement of seasonal temporary use items. With this, I'll take a staff report from Christina, I believe.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. All right, as Chair Felder stated, this is for a temporary consideration of a temporary use permit extension at 691 Broadway, Hop Monk Tavern. Overview of where the project is located. And a little bit of history. Staff approved a temporary use permit for Hop Monk Tavern for 60 days, beginning on November 1st, subject to review and approval by the Planning Commission for an extension. The tent covers the existing outside seating area. It was approved to be 40 feet wide by 90 feet long and with a maximum height of 19 feet tall. The fire department issued the appropriate approvals for the tent. So what's before the Planning Commission tonight is consideration of an additional 90 days for the existing tent, which would terminate on March 1st. As the tent was constructed, the maximum height is 24 feet, where the staff approved 19 feet. Here's some photos for your consideration. This is looking south on Broadway. This is north across Andrew Street. Looking west, or east, excuse me. So temporary uses are allowed pursuant to Sonoma Municipal Code Section 1954-030. Allowed uses include construction yards, festivals on private property, temporary offices and work trailers, special events such as weddings, receptions, private parties, provided they do not continue for more than one day or occur more than 2 times per year, or other similar temporary uses, and for trial use. So the staff's recommendation is that the applicant has historically applied annually for an outdoor tent to provide shelter for the outdoor area during the winter months. And we recommend that if they wish to continue doing this on an annual basis, that it's wrapped up into some kind of a more permanent use permit approval. And we recommend right now that the Planning Commission extend the approval for the existing tent and provide direction to the applicant on what's appropriate. And here are the findings for a temporary use permit for your consideration. Are there any questions?
I have a question. Can you go back to the reasons for a temporary use permit?
The allowed uses?
Yes. Which one of these did you think this Hop Monk tent qualified for?
Historically, it's been for special events, but clearly the definition has been a little bit stretched.
Yes. Also, I was under the impression, maybe Wendy knows this, but I thought that Hop Monk came before design review and got a permit for a deck tent, a smaller tent, that they didn't have to come back for every year. I thought that was sort of in perpetuity.
My understanding is that we've been approving annual tents for Hop Monk through temporary use permits in this size and
Okay.
That has not been before Planning Commission to my knowledge.
No, it hasn't, but I remember they came before design review, I thought at one point. Maybe Bob remembers, I don't know.
I would have to defer
Okay.
to.
Okay. Thank you.
Larry?
Could you move to your next, this one? Bullet point number 2, should the applicant wish to receive a temporary use permit for the same tent next year? When you say the same tent, are you talking about the tent that covered the deck or the tent that's 90 feet by 40 feet?
I think it's the conceptual use of a tent that's up for 6 months, down for 6 months, up for 6 months, down for 6 months, that if that's their intended purpose.
But when it says same tent, I'm trying to figure out whether you're talking about the tent that has historically been, which is referenced on to cover the deck, the dining seats on the deck, as opposed to the tent that's covering the entire yard. So what are we intending by the phrase "the same tent"? Which tent is that?
In general, any tent, so I would recommend that the planning commission discuss what's appropriate in the future.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add to that. Clearly, when you see, to answer kind of Commissioner Barnett's comments, can you hear me?
No.
Is this not working? I'll have you work this.
Don't touch it, though.
There we go. All right. Sorry. In looking at the code, it's clear to us that temporary uses are defined as temporary uses. Our code unfortunately says a year that they can be allowed for, and that's been the past practice here in the city for some temporary uses. And clearly, when you look at the intent, you can clearly see that a Christmas tree lot, a carnival, pumpkin patch, those are things that are outside the rule of a regular use. And so there's this caveat or exception, if you will, or provision that gives a relief valve. And that's clearly what was the intent here. And I think to answer, the answer I would give would be number 6 to the prior question as to which one it fits in. It really doesn't fit in, but it's a similar use. And we felt comfortable going for 60 days. But certainly, clearly, anything longer than that, even towards a year, it doesn't seem like it's an appropriate use of the temporary use provisions. With respect to the past tent, if you will, I don't have a problem with that being there if it was allowed through design review, but which same tent, clearly it's the larger one that's really the problem.
I would like a clarification, please. In the project narrative, they are seeking an extension till March 31st. In the conditions and in your PowerPoint, you mentioned March 1st, so I'd like to clarify which one it is.
Good question.
I think that what we're talking about as staff was to give it another 60 days, but I think we put in 90 days and we may have put the wrong date for the calendar on it, that's all.
Well, it's the applicant's narrative that asks for 3 months, and you're recommending 2, I guess.
Just another 60 days on top of the 60 they've already had.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So they were given permission for the 19-foot height, and this letter from Javier Silva with the narrative mentions the 19-foot height. How did we get that leap to 24 feet?
I don't know where the miscommunication happened, if it was between the vendor and the applicant or what, but clearly there was some kind of a discrepancy between what had been approved by the planning department and what was put up.
And are there consequences for that?
The code doesn't, I think that's a good topic for the planning commission to discuss tonight, what the appropriate next steps are.
Can, go ahead.
Christina, could you tell me how many tables and parking spaces were appropriate for the main building in the original application or the currently active application, or permit, I guess is better said?
So Hot Monk was grandfathered in as a restaurant use. It was operating as Deuce Restaurant for years prior to the zoning changing.
Right.
And so what was approved, or excuse me, not approved, what was in existence when it was Deuce, I believe, was 120 indoor seats and 60 outside seats.
120 indoor seats?
And 60 outside.
And does it indicate how many parking spaces were available or allocated?
It does in the staff report. Let me pull that up real quick.
It mentions that there's probably 25 or so, if I'm accurate, and it's in that adjacent parking lot to the west. Is that accurate?
This is going back a while. I worked there in high school.
Did you carry a full tray?
I can carry 3 full trays. Okay, so on-site parking. Deuce Restaurant was established prior to a requirement for use permit review and is legally non-conforming with respect to parking. As described, the current seating capacity at Deuce is 120 seats inside and 60 outside. Under the current parking regulations, this amount of seating would require 38 parking spaces, while there are 26 on-site for a restaurant, bar, and nightclub. So the requirement is 1 parking space for every 4 seats, and outdoor seats have a reduction. Based on this Staff at the time would not support additional seating as part of the proposal. And so this is, what I'm reading is from a staff report from May 14th of 2009, when there was an application for Emmy's Spaghetti Shack to have a permit for a nightclub.
Thank you.
So just a clarification, so that would suggest there were 30 spaces required, is that accurate? And there's about 30 there, is that?
26 is
26,
what's-
okay.
mhm.
Got it. But 30 were essentially code. 120 by
30,
4.
38 would be code and 26 are available.
Do we know how many, outside seating included the deck and that garden area, I'm assuming, since that's outside,
You mean when it was deuce or now?
when it was deuce?
When it was deuce, it had a different configuration. That deck didn't exist.
Okay, so do we know how many seats are outside, including the deck and the garden area at present?
Currently, no.
Okay, because there's definitely, I would estimate, well over 100 or 120 seats outside.
I can't comment. I haven't done a study, but that's something that would be looked at under a use permit application in the future.
We seem to have come into another situation where we don't really have adequate provision in our code to deal with things that come before us, temporary uses being the newest. But I was wondering, and it does appear that for the previous patio tent, there was no permitting, it just somehow or another went up.
We have approved temporary use permits for the prior tents as well.
For the smaller tent that used to be
Correct.
on the deck?
Correct.
Okay, and I just wondering, what, I just noticed driving here that Girl in the Fig has a tent. And its tent is, or that tent is considerably smaller than this, but it's very similar, and it covers and the outdoor dining out there. And I just wonder what process that restaurant went through for that.
It's the same process. I issued a temporary use permit for that as well.
Okay.
I have a question. What's the general, you said in the code that you don't have to provide parking for, you only have to provide parking for 25% of outdoor seating, correct?
Yeah, there's a reduction.
What's the general philosophy behind that?
I think that there's I can only conjecture, but that there's a certain percentage of people
It's
who
seasonal.
are gonna be walking to
Right.
and from the site,
Right, and probably it's a seasonal use.
probably.
Okay.
Any other questions? We will. We're still working questions. Did you have any, Sheila? Okay. With that, that's, I'll ask if the applicant would like to step forward and speak to this item.
I expected to be here later, so I appreciate hearing this now.
Can you bring the mic up a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Dean Biersch, the owner of Hot Monk, and I'm at 151 Guadalupe.
Would you care to respond at all to what happened with the 19 versus the 24
Yeah.
feet height?
We've had a tent on this property, a smaller one, for many, many years now, and I left it to my contractor. We had a certain understanding of what was going to get built, and his response is to going, he thinks it's about 3 feet, 4 feet higher than what we represented, was to meet the gutters. It had to do with two issues, basically. Fundamentally, the size of the tent is very secure in its given form, and we needed a certain amount of height to hit our gutters and really control the runoff. I have 2 other properties with much larger tents than this, and the big concern with a tent is where that water is going to go. Also, he took some liberties in doing that, basically on the fly, and has justified it by saying it's very clean runoff and it's structurally more secure. in terms of what I got for what I thought I was getting, it is large. You know, I'm willing to do whatever I can, ideally the second time around next year. But that seems like the best solution. I asked him if we could modify it, bring the legs down, that sort of thing, and we really can't retrofit what we have there right now. So obviously, I mean, from our point of view, the public has supported this kind of space, you know, I mean, it's kind of like who doesn't love a tent? But I understand that, you know, it looks big. It's not any taller than the scale of the buildings that are existing there. So I think that would be the third point I would put into the discussion.
Thank you, Dean.
Uh-huh.
Anyone else from the public here to speak?
Could I ask a question?
Oh, just, excuse me, we have a question for you, Dean. Sure.
And this is a little bit ahead of where we are procedurally, but since you're up here, it's convenient. Do the sides on this thing have to come down so far? I mean, I personally find them unattractive.
Yeah.
And you had a very nice looking
I agree.
building before you put this up, and now not
Well,
so much.
I just want to remind everybody it's a temporary situation, but honestly, the aesthetics are just as important to us, and I'm not happy with how we finished the Andrews side of that tent in particular. I think the front entry with the door is the right way to do it, and to control the heat for energy costs and all that sort of thing. If we wanted to change the color or do something with the vinyl, we could do that. We think that clear is really the best way to handle these kind of spaces, and that's what we've been doing for years now. But that could be an option, and next year we could look at pulling everything to the inside. It's just going to mean we're going to need to retrofit a whole water system to really handle just the effluent off the tent. So it could be done, and I'd be willing to, you know, look at that seriously.
Well, what about the sides not just coming down so far? I mean, we don't have the picture up. If you could see that, it would be helpful. On this, yeah, I mean, they're already into the plants. They're
Right.
about 3 feet over the top of the. Couldn't it just go to the top of your wall there and be secured some way?
You know, I could review that. I mean, I've got a guy who's very much into doing whatever we need to do to make this work better. The big issue for me on that side on Andrew is that we have that beautiful foliage that's grown over 10 years of business there. We don't want to compromise that. It really gives you a sense of the garden and getting into an outdoor room, basically. So we didn't want to take any chances with that. I thought that was going to come across the inside, and that was another modification, you know, that I'm not real happy with also.
Also, while you're with us, I asked a question of staff earlier, and the answer was they didn't know. How many seats have you got outside between the deck area and the garden area?
I'm going to guess about 135 in that range.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
One more, I think.
Yeah.
Given the repetition of seasons and the success of that space in the last 10 years, it seems like it would be worthwhile considering, rather than renting a tent from Hertz or wherever that it came from, that you came before us at some point in the not too distant future with a specific custom design fence that would meet your protection requirements, the height requirements in order for it to be kind of functioning, still create an attractive space, but look like it's much more intended. And I'm sure that, at least from my perspective, it should still be considered temporary, but I think it would do your branding much better to have something that really looks thoughtfully integrated into a building that's quite attractive and a courtyard that's quite attractive, but is not very attractive right now with the tenting. And because it sits on our main corridor coming into town, it is something that certainly bothers me. And yet I also
If it
appreciate.
bothers you, it bothers me.
Yeah.
You know, I'm in the hospitality business. I didn't mean to interrupt.
So he's keeping me on the straight and narrow. So the question that I didn't really ask is, would there be some consideration in the future for such?
Yeah, and part of the questions that I had for the tent installer, and this is a professional outfit, as I've said, were how far down can we come and still meet the curbs? And I guess what I'm hearing is I can't do it with a standard tent. While that's a $30,000 tent, it's a standard. And so I'd be open to that. I don't disagree with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So in addition to the tent itself, there's some other infrastructure that goes along with it. There's a propane heating system that's kind of out front on Broadway. Could you tell us a little bit more about some of the other infrastructure?
All that was run through the fire department, and we were told by the assistant fire chief here that he much preferred our plan. He wished they were all like we built that particular one. There's a certain distance that you have to have the propane tanks away from the tent itself. And then we built a little surround for that area also. So structural is your number one issue with winds, the kinds of winds we get here in town. And the other is just the handling of the propane. We retrofitted a system to go under our deck and then come out with the heat, so you don't see any heating elements, while you're in the tent. So in that sense, we're kind of set up annually to be able to plug and play with that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other people from the public care to speak?
Hi, David Eicher, Loma Court. I agree. I think most people, what I've heard is that is not very attractive. And I was driving up France last week, and it's just hits you. It's just too massive and too big. I'm fine with putting up a tent for seasonal use. And one of the things I see here is that because of the size, the square footage that you're covering, you have to have a certain height for structural. And I think to reduce, one of the things to reduce the height is to reduce the area of the garden area that it's getting covered. I don't know that you have to allow the entire garden area to be covered. If you can get maybe a majority of it, maybe 5 feet less in width and maybe 10 or 20 feet less in length or something like that, so they can bring it down and bring it inside the fence so that it's not as noticeable from the street. And one other thing I like to say is that, I would not want this up here, but I would say let them have the additional 90 days with this tent. And maybe if they do something on the side, it'd be great too, but I'm in favor if you approving the additional 90 days, but then when they come back next year, I think they consider making it a smaller tent. Thanks.
Good evening, Commissioners, Chair Felder. I'm Carol Marcus, 873 First Street West. I'm a neighbor of the project and love Hop Monk. They've been, from all I can tell, a great neighbor. Love going there, love the food, love the service. Don't love the tent. And I really agree with the previous speaker, David Eicher, as well as Commissioner Wellender's comments about sort of a melding of the two, coming back with a better solution. I think the whole idea of draping over the front is really, it's sort of a sad way to come into the city and see that. I don't think, especially in the historic overlay zone and the main corridor into town. Especially when it's lit at night, it's quite bright in there. And, I don't know how some of the more immediate neighbors feel about the lighting, but it's really quite bright. So I think minimizing the tent and in the future, the 24 feet, I think it really kind of overshadows the historic quality of the building right by it. And you're basically increasing the indoor seating by doing this, so it does really exacerbate the parking issues because you're basically adding that much more indoor seating. So those are my comments, but I was quite shocked when I saw it the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tom Conlon, 18850 Robinson Road. Appreciate the opportunity to address you about this tonight. So I too, like Hop Monk, I think they're a good commercial neighbor here in Sonoma. I'm not a big fan of tents in general, and many of my comments are really general. And I kind of agree with David's comment that tonight you're dealing with a 90-day proposal. I don't personally have any objections to a temporary proposal here, but I do think we should get the tents under control in Sonoma. My concerns are primarily health and safety related and energy and climate related. I have been in some tents, some pretty high-end tents here in town, and I've gotten dizzy from lack of oxygen. Sometimes the tents can be packed so full of people that there's not enough oxygen. And I don't know what the ventilation requirements that you all are, this applicant is managing inside their tent. I don't know if that's a problem in this one, but it's one that I would hope you would look at as you deal with tents more categorically. In particular, there are some properties where they put the heaters, the propane heaters, in too close proximity, and you end up with carbon monoxide problems as well. So CO2 and CO monitoring and adequate ventilation would be some things I'd like to see looked at. Also, as far as building energy is concerned, these are buildings that are rigorously required to go through code compliance when they're built, but these tents have absolutely no energy management really comparative in terms of the space that they're making habitable or occupiable. So I would like to see perhaps some additional considerations paid to maybe requiring all electric, maybe even 100% renewable all electric, if this unique type of building is going to become a normal part of our the buildings that we have in Sonoma. And as far as this particular project, it sounds like I heard earlier 60 seats were originally approved under the use permit. Perhaps you should be looking at reducing the size of the tent to accommodate 60 outdoor seats as opposed to what I think we heard was 135 roughly currently. So those would all be things I hope you will take into consideration in addition to the obvious aesthetic problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Anyone else? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission for discussion.
Mr. Chair, if I can just make a
Yes.
couple of comments. To the question of the timing, I think Christine had put in her staff report that we had given a permit for 60 days. That would basically be the month of October and November. And as I communicated to the applicant, we'd have a review at the Planning Commission timed such that he'd get the benefit of 90 days, which would be the month of December, then January and February. So at the end of February, March the 1st, we put in the condition number 1 that would allow them to go to that date.
Well, what I saw in the report was that the temporary use permit was granted starting November 1st for 60 days,
Okay.
which would cover November, December. And I'm confused by the 60 and 90. I think the staff is recommending another 60, whereas I keep hearing the reference to 90 days extension.
At the end of the day, it's your discretion.
Okay.
The point being is, the direction I think will be helpful to the applicant for next year. The seasonality of what's going to be requested next year when it comes before us again. With respect to the parking, my only thought would be whether this tent is there or not, in the summer, they use that area irrespective of there being a tent. So it's just for the need for the winter months, I think, is what the applicant requested.
Thank you. So we're back to the commission for discussion.
May I ask a quick question of staff? Has there ever been a temporary use permit for a tent like this that was rejected?
I
Does
can't
anyone
answer
know?
that.
Is it just sort of a pro forma approve?
That'd be my understanding, and I believe some of them have been given for a year. As a new member of staff, I'm actually surprised to see a temporary use provision that allows for up to a year. And I know in the past the city has allowed for events for longer than 30 or 60 days. But it seems to me that the ones that we have in the code offer a shorter duration, but I've seen them go for longer, up to a year.
All right, thank you.
Anyway, want to start? Okay.
Well, let me say I think our tent standards, I mean, I know we've got a lot to do in the development code update. But it's clear that we've moved into a new era of tents. And we need to develop a new set of tent standards that have to do with size and maximum size. And I think we need to think about, in general, this whole idea of the extension of an indoor property into an outdoor space, even for temporary short-term periods of time up to 60, 90, 120 days, whatever it is, vis-a-vis the kind of rigor that gets placed on the evaluation of permit applications, which have very definite standards as to number of seats and so on and so forth. And suddenly we're basically seeing the conversion of outdoor space into indoor space that typically has its own set of standards that would in theory trigger something. I'm not, tonight trying to propose that we come up with what these new standards would be, but the lodge puts up a tent behind the stone wall. I don't know how long that's up. They use it for wedding and events and other receptions. It's there for a very long time. Once again, it's quite visible. It's right at the gateway of the town. And there's clearly a trend and tendency for tenting. I understand the motivation for it. Every business wants to maximize its revenues and heads in, whether it's heads in beds or butts in seats, this is basically the calculation that gets done in terms of trying to figure out modes of expansion of revenue. But I think we need to think about the ramifications of it and decide what kind of standards we would want. With respect to this particular tent, I don't have any problem with granting the extension. Be it 60 or 90 days, to me that doesn't matter that much. But I would never want to see this tent go up again. Not the way it looks, not the way it's designed. I think that a tent that's as all-encompassing and enclosing as a tent like this is needs to go through design review. And just as we would do design review on any structure, I mean, this tent may be there temporarily, but it's a structure, and it's an engineered structure, and it should be subject to the same kind of aesthetic considerations that we're bringing to any other structures that are built. And so I would want to see a design come forward to the appropriate commission, whether it's this one or the Design Review Commission, and get approval of something before it's built, which means the applicant would have to start well ahead in the process the next time so that there's adequate time for review.
Well, I agree with everything that was just said. I think what would be helpful, too, for both this applicant and others is if there could be a one-time approval once the design and everything got approved, where they didn't have to come to the city every year, and you have the right to put up a tent from this date to this date under these parameters. And I realize we keep piling on staff more stuff to do, but that's really is needed. But I too have no problem letting this go, and truthfully, whether it goes to end of 60 more days after the first of the year, 90 is not that significant to me. But
I'd agree with the previous two commissioners' comments. The Hop Monk really provides good service to this town. It's a nice social meeting place, and the food is good, bar is good. But I do have some issues with this. It doesn't occur to me that it fits the definition of a temporary use, and I'm having a difficult time with that. It seems that the way that outdoor seating is allocated, it's based on, as we know, it's based on a formula of the number of seats in the restaurant. And the idea of outside seating is that it is different than the inside seating, and judge that it's going to be used on a seasonal basis, maybe 6 months out of the year. In the wet months, it's expected that they'll be inside. So people are moving inside in bad weather, and they're moving outside in good weather. And so there's no parking allocation. And that troubles me. I think that neighborhood is a very busy one. I drive through there quite often, and there's very little parking available on the street, and that parking lot is always full. It seems to me, and just looking at the rough numbers, that this puts a very big burden on the parking in the area that was not intended for outside seating to have so much demand on so little parking. The other issue that I'm wrestling with here is that the development code calls, when it talks about equipment and accessories, furniture, awnings, for outside seating, it talks about it being compatible with the neighborhood. And it's pretty clear, I think so far, and clear to me, that it really is not compatible. And they also make a comment about, I don't know, but I'm sure the materials are fine, but it talks about high quality design being compatible. And the way this is presented, it's not compatible, and it doesn't look like a high quality design that complements the area. So I'm really wrestling with some fundamental issues here. Thank you.
Sheila.
So I love the feel inside. It's really fabulous. If it looked that good outside, I think we'd have less of an issue. I really appreciate the fact, too, that this tent has allowed you to increase your bookings, especially with the crazy situations that restaurants have faced the last couple of years around here. So I think that's, because of that, I'm going to go along with extending the temporary permit. I know that you've been able to do some larger events this year during the holiday season because you have that space. But it worries me that this is way beyond the intensive use that the use permit had allowed. So I think what we're doing is we're putting a much greater burden on that neighborhood than the use permit had given us permission to do. So I think that that's a real concern, and I would be in agreement that in the future this tent has to be a whole lot smaller, has to stay within the perimeters of your property, and maybe cover half the space of the garden. To give you that flexibility to use the outside area, but not to be so intensive. So in the future, I would like to see a smaller tent. I don't see the need for heat. I think that outdoor seating, people are wearing jackets and they can wear jackets, and that also eliminates the need to have the propane heaters and that structure out front that I think is quite cumbersome looking. I think that the lighting could be reduced in the future. I know they're only 1 watt bulbs, but I think that that could be reduced a little further. And I do think it's worth having CO2 monitors in there, or carbon monoxide monitors in there while you've got it, just to make sure that everybody's safe. But I'm going to go in agreement with whatever the commission decides. I'd personally like to see it down by March 1st. I think March we have pretty good weather, and I think St. Patrick's Day, it'd be lovely to not have the tent there. And that's March 17th for those of you that don't know. And so I would prefer for it to come down by March 1st, but I would be in support of keeping it up till then, but with a much smaller, much more reduced, much more attractive structure in the future.
I would agree with most of the comments of my fellow commissioners. I would also agree that Hop Monk is a great place. It's sort of becoming an institution in town, and I can understand why they applied for this temporary use permit and wanted this tent. I would also agree with Commissioner O'Neill, like once you're actually inside this tent at night, it is actually a very nice environment. But obviously we're talking about how it looks. So I guess my biggest issue, so obviously I would not support, I would support allowing this tent to remain up for the duration, whether that's March 1st or March 30th. Is really up to the commission. I don't care either way. So obviously the issue here isn't really the tent, it's how the process that allowed staff to approve a temporary use permit. It's the historic corridor, it's actually a historic district, and I don't know who in the department approved this use permit. But I mean, I just don't know how that happened. And now we're here, and it puts us in a bad position because clearly we're not going to ask them to take it down. But moving forward, we have to fix this process and give stability and security to business owners, but also maintain the historic integrity and aesthetics of our town. So I heard rumors there may be a moratorium where we're working on our development code. I don't know if that's true or not, but if that is, I think we should, to Commissioner Larry Barnett's point, really focus on adding tent standards. Again, I don't know what you would call that, but as Commissioner Barbo said earlier, there's one at Girl in the Fig, there's one, I believe, at Roche next to Girl in the Fig, the Lodge here. They're starting to pop up all over the place, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it just seems to sort of be the Wild West when it comes to tents in our local municipal code, because apparently no one ever denies any of them. So we should, going forward, try to get this right. But and I would also like to note that just a block north toward a more commercial district, we've really, at an earlier study session, impressed upon the 3-badge applicant, August Sebastiani, at the old firehouse, that there better be enough parking and you better reduce your number of seats, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And here it seems just a block to the south in a more residential neighborhood, we seem to have a different approach. And I'm not saying that's right one way or the other. I'm just sort of pointing out the obvious here that, we should be consistent. And those are my comments.
Respond to Kelso's, Commissioner Barnett's comments. So this application, the responsibility is mine as far as the department goes, as far as approving it. But I will tell you that the application, when it came in, was for a 6-month tent, and we do have a municipal code that allows them for a year, and that has been past practice to give the applicant, in most cases, what they ask for. In the case of tents in the city, I can tell you that there has not been consistent practice about their ability to come in for a temporary use permit. So actually getting a temporary use permit is actually a victory for the city, because sometimes we go in there after they've already been installed at certain locations in town, which is not a good thing. Simply, people will go to the fire chief and just get that approved, and they're in place. In this particular instance, we as staff kicked the application around a little bit and did not feel good about giving a 6-month permit, knowing that it'd be up for 6 months, down for 6 months, back up in another 6 months on a seasonal basis. And so it really didn't fit the purposes of the temporary use permit provisions. So you may know that in the code there is an ability for staff to forward these things to the commission. And that's why you have it tonight, because that is the procedure under the code that can be invoked, and that's why we're here tonight.
Can I add just a few things? Sorry. In terms of this tent in the future, if you could provide an aesthetically well-designed tent that fit into the corridor, I wouldn't necessarily oppose it being an entire garden tent. I mean, I would have to see it, obviously, but I know there were discussions about reducing the size of the tent. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if you could just do a flat roof. I don't know if that's possible. But I wouldn't, it would really just depend on how the tent looked. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay. I too support most of the comments that have been shared by my fellow commissioners, but I am going to take a little different twist. I was not staff that approved the presentation, but what they did approve was 19. What was put up was 24. And that does not only not feel right, it doesn't look right. I would support the idea of keeping up the tent to whatever the agreed upon duration is, but I think I'd be more supportive of March 1st. But what I'd like to do is, because of this oversight, this oopsie, I'd like to see if effort can be made to modify what we currently have for the next 60 days, and that is on the Andrews side. Take up that stuff that's going down. I fully respect, as a landscape architect, the value of keeping landscape healthy and proper. So I certainly don't want to, but I think in today's creative world, we can probably come up with a way of temporarily catching the rainfall in such a manner that it would not degrade the decomposed granite paving, would not necessarily impact the planting, which most is fortunately dormant. But I think we could then, I could live with the size, I could live with the temporary propane, more safe setup out front. But it's that just visual in your face, it gives the appearance that it was kind of, it wasn't thrown up overnight, but it kind of gives the appearance it was thrown up. So I would love, I support the idea of continuing it with the caveat of adjusting that Andrews side. And I would, again, just some anecdotal comments about future tents. I would like to limit it to a specific time period of 90 days. I don't think we have that kind of rain. And I think that, we don't need, in my opinion, rain protection when it's not raining. And so I think our principal rainy months are December, January, and February, and may slip into March. And sometimes we get a little rain in November, but not too often. It's certainly exhibited this year. And I do also think, because we put in so much effort to make sure that whatever is built, permanent, that it be done well, right, proper scale, look appropriate, etc. And because we do have kind of a small historic town that we're trying to keep special, I think we need to take the same level of review. Not to say that you can't find a tent that you can get from Hertz right off the shelf and have it fit, but because you occupy such a special building, I think just the proper integration of a design, a custom design, would serve everybody. So those are my comments.
Okay, I'm going to jump in and have my turn first, unless you can come in later. I obviously seem to be in the minority here, but I look upon this tent as a failed experiment. And I mean, it's larger than they had proposed. It extended far beyond, I think, what the planning department thought they were approving in terms of the way it drapes over the fence. And there's no way that I could grant any kind of an extension of the tent in its current form for another couple of months. It just doesn't fit. It's not well thought out, and I will not support it. The only way that I would even be willing to consider supporting something of an extension is a modification to that tent, at least to pull the drapes over the shrubbery inside, and if possible to reduce the height somewhat to where it was actually approved at 19 versus 24. But in its current form, I cannot support extending it.
This is somewhat tangential, but I think that I would like to also, David Storer, make a note that I think during the development code review, we need to also review the issue of legal non-conforming uses and when it is that a use goes beyond the provision or standard established for a legal non-conforming use. I know that, for example, if you have I owned a bed and breakfast in town for 13 years. It was on West Spain Street, a half a block from the plaza. It was a legal non-conforming use. The limitation that placed on us as a property owner was that, for example, we were not allowed to enlarge the footprint of any of the buildings. And the whole notion of an expansion of a legal non-conforming use was incremental to the codification of that use of a property. And my concern is that we're kind of sliding into expansion, in this particular case, of a legal non-conforming use outside of any real language in the code that defines when it is or how it is that is determined what the baseline use is for a legal non-conforming use and how much flexibility there is and when that's exceeded and what the consequences of it are. So I'd like all that to become part of our review on the development code as well.
If there's no further discussion, if anyone would care to make a motion, that's fine.
I'll make a motion that we approve the extension to March 1st with the understanding that the drape on the Andrews side be tucked into behind the fence / landscape, and that in its current balanced configuration that it can remain as is up until March 1st.
Second.
If there's no further discussion, a roll call vote.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Aye.
Commissioner Bohar.
Nay.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
Chair Felder.
No.
The motion passes 5-2.
Next item is a discussion, consideration, possible action, planned development permit at 226 Newcomb Street for the construction of a 3,271 square foot single-family residence and 482 square foot attached garage. Are you going to have to recuse?
And Chair Felder, due to proximity to my residence, I will have to recuse myself.
So with that, can we have the staff report, please?
Absolutely. As mentioned, there is a planned development permit at 226 Newcomb. Location map. The applicant is requesting relief from the required 20-foot garage offset contained in section 1928-020. The applicant is requesting this concession. They've moved the garage to the north side of the property compared to what was previously approved in 2015 in order to provide additional space to protect a large oak tree in the backyard. As proposed, the attached garage would be set back 8 feet from the front of the residence where 20 feet is required. The proposed residence is tucked back off of a private driveway off of Newcomb Street, and the only neighbor that would see it is directly across the street. And from their viewpoint, I don't believe that they would benefit from additional setback. And here are the findings for approval. Questions?
Christina, were there any letters of comment from the neighbors?
I have no letters. I had one one neighbor come to the counter, but her concerns were not over the garage. It was about the stormwater system.
Thanks.
Just curious, since we're just dealing with a setback exception, so to speak, for this garage, why is there not an application for a variance or exception as opposed to going through the whole plan development process?
We have several avenues in our code to provide for changes to the code, and we have exceptions, we have variances, and we have the plan development permit, and that's what staff recommended as the appropriate path.
Okay.
There aren't really unique circumstances for the property. The variance findings would be very difficult to meet, but generally, staff finds that the request is appropriate and won't be detrimental to any of the properties.
Okay. Thanks.
I thought, isn't there a section within the code that says there are certain standards for a plan development permit that need to be met? Like,
Yeah.
for example, I believe 1211 Broadway tonight is a plan development, and it's like a very uniquely, difficultly shaped lot.
Yeah, so the case for this project is this lot originated as a tentative parcel map, and it's a clustered development. They really should have probably addressed this at that time through the tentative parcel map, but the parcel map was approved in 2015. There were conceptual floor plans and elevations that are included in your packet for your consideration. And then when the property transferred hands, and when the new owners took the project over, they went through several series of building permits that had been approved by staff in a similar consideration with prior staffers. And we're trying to make it work, but essentially this is a planned development of 3 lots that should have been addressed likely in 2015.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand what's going on. So, someone bought this lot that already had a plan for it?
So if I'll direct you to the screen. So 230, 226, and oh gosh, there basically were 3 lots in this section in the location map, and our GIS system isn't quite updated because.
Wait, 203, 220, and 230 I thought it was a 4-unit.
No, it was 3.
It was just 3.
It was 2 lots that became 3 in 2015.
Okay.
So that was approved by the Planning Commission in 2015. There were building footprints, theoretical, that had been approved. This is a very conventional zoning district, so they don't need design review. They can just go straight to a building permit. Several iterations of building permits had been approved and then lapsed with various configurations of the garage. And the current applicant is requesting to the previous versions. Some of them had ADUs, some of them had detached garages, and all of those plans affected the tree more greatly because of the setbacks that are required. And so in order to protect the tree, they're requesting this concession. So the garage basically got flipped from the south side to the north side. And in order for them to tuck it back more, there would be a lot more pavement. There's a 30-foot front setback in the rural residential zoning district, and so that's quite a bit of pavement and impervious surface.
No, I understand all that, but to Commissioner Barbos's point, is the plan development permit an existing permit we're modifying for the 3 lots, or is it just for one parcel?
It's a new permit for
Have
one
we ever
lot.
done a plan development permit for one parcel, one single-family home?
I can't tell you the history, but there's nothing in the code that precludes it.
It just seems like an interesting way to go.
If you could go back to your original, there was a photograph when we began this presentation. This oak tree that's in the photo,
Yes,
is that the one that we're talking about preserving?
correct.
Okay.
So in the prior proposals, the garage the garage and ADUs were closer to that tree and
Yes.
recessed back.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, I was on the planning commission when we approved the subdivision map, and one of the major concerns of the neighbors was drainage, and a special drainage study had to be taken into consideration and vetted. And so my concerns have to do with changing the building pads, and I'd like to see staff explained to me that those changes would be consistent with any sort of revised drainage study and recommendations from the consultant who put together all the information for the subdivision.
Yeah, absolutely. So there are conditions of approval that all of the conditions for the Corley Gray subdivision apply to this property as well to make sure that those are carried forward. What's before the commission tonight is just the garage setback, so we're not looking at that storm drain system, but through the building permit process, the Department of Public Works would be reviewing all the plans and ensuring compliance.
So the setbacks for the garage, if they were inconsistent with a drainage study or made significant changes to the arborist reports that I think that were submitted, would that have to come back to us then?
There's no changes to the arborist report. All of the conditions of approval regarding the tree protection measures have been carried forward. The size of the buildings are the same and compatible, and the amount of impervious surface is the same. So I can't envision how having the garage a little bit closer would affect any of those studies, but it would be reviewed by the Department of Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Would the applicant like to come forward and talk about this?
They're not here tonight.
They're not here?
I've been designated their official representative.
Thank you. Would anyone else from the public care to speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion, possible action.
I'd just like to make an observation that we talked about. The owner, developer of this is a development company of some substance, and they're out of the area. Otherwise, they would be here tonight.
Yeah, and they were actually planning to fly their entire architecture team out, but given our previous item with the hotel EIR, I had recommended that they didn't need to attend tonight, and then that changed. But we had conversations earlier in the week, and they were comfortable with proceeding as is. And if there's issues, we can continue the item so that they can be present.
I'd just like to add that I'm fine with the project the way it is. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Well, I'm absolutely in favor of doing what needs to be done to preserve the tree, that large oak. So if the acceptance of the changes in the plan will facilitate the protection of the tree, then I will go along with that.
So what's the motion we need to make?
Can I make a comment first?
Yeah.
Though Steve wants to hurry. Commissioner Barbos. I think that preserving the tree is definitely the highest priority here. I just want to make a comment. I know that these developers don't live in the area, but this type of house that they're designing is quickly falling out of favor in Sonoma. The very large two-story modern farmhouse has been done so many times, they might want to just have some caution that it might not be as sellable as it was 3 years ago.
And before the motion is made, the plan development permit section within the code says properties with unique or valuable environmental features. And so I think that would apply, and so that's why I'll support this item.
Okay, I believe there is a resolution attached to this, so we'd have to approve the project and the resolution.
So would the motion be that we approve this project and the resolution attached to this agenda item?
Subject to conditions and findings of approval.
Subject to the conditions of approval.
Subject to the conditions of approval set forth in the packet.
Second.
Further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander. Oh, excuse me. Commissioner McDonald.
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar.
Yes.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously 7-0.
Thank you. We'll take a short 3-minute recess. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. So we are on to item 7.4. Consideration, discussion, possible action to approve a plan development permit, tentative parcel map, use permit, design review, and landscape plan application for a 6-unit residential development at 1211 Broadway. And with that, I'll turn to Christina for a staff report.
Thank you. This project's been before the Planning Commission before, back in June, for consideration. So I'll be a little brief and focus on the differences between what was seen in June and what's being presented today. Just to give you a reminder, the project site is about 14,000 square feet. It is a long, narrow lot on Broadway. It's 50 feet wide by 300 feet long. There's currently a 580 square foot, 113-year-old historic cottage with some trees and driveways and various improvements. Development to the north, south, and west are largely single-family residential. The planned development to the north is a condo development that was approved several years ago, and Adele Harrison Middle School is across the street. The project is located in the Broadway corridor and zone mixed use with a maximum density of 20 units per acre. The required minimum lot size is 8,000 square feet, and the setbacks are 15 feet for the front setback, 9 feet for the sides, and 20 feet for the rear because it abuts a low-density residential district in the back. So the proposed project would split the existing lot into 4 lots that would support 6 residences. Lot 1 would be 2,601 square feet and would support the existing historic cottage. There's no proposed parking on that site, and it would be designated for a below-market rate unit in compliance with our affordable housing code. Lot 2 would be 2,382 square feet and would support a 1,236 square foot single-family residence and private garden. There's 1 parking space on Lot 2 that would be dedicated to Lot 1, and the parking space for Lot 2 would be on Lot 3. Lot 3 would total 4,476 square feet and contain a new duplex building totaling 2,448 square feet, with each unit being approximately 1,200 square feet. Lot 3 would contain 3 covered parking spaces and contain a portion of the private driveway. 1 of the parking spaces on Lot 3 would be dedicated for Lot 2. Lot 4 would total 5,380 square feet and would contain a new duplex building, same size as the other duplex. And Lot 4 would have 4 parking spaces, for the incorrect information here. There are 3 covered parking spaces and another one along the western property line. And the vehicle turnaround, I apologize, that information's from the prior project, so it's a more standard size at this time. So the new residences would be 2 stories and 21 feet tall with a flat white membrane roof. And the cantilevered parking canopy would attach to the roof with supports. Here is a photo simulation from the front of the historic cottage with the new residences in the rear. I'd like to draw your attention to the primary change between this version of the project and what was before the Planning Commission before. The driveway and the project have been flipped. The driveway previously was on the north side, and now there is a shared driveway with the property to the south via reciprocal access easement. Previously, the driveway was 14 feet, and now it's 17 and a half. Here's the tentative parcel map. And the elevations and the design of the units are the same. There's the vehicle turnaround that's been improved.
Excuse me, may I ask a quick question? Are the lot lines, can you go back, are the lot lines these sort of jagged,
Correct.
They're not straight?
Correct.
Okay.
Materials board. The proposed fencing. And there's 2 types of fencing. These are the fences for the courtyards, and then there's proposed mesh deer fencing that would be planted with vines. Here's the existing historic building that would be remodeled. Pardon me, there's another error on this. I apologize. It would not be remodeled. It would be painted to match the buildings, and some of the front trim is now going to be painted blue to give it a little bit of variation as recommended by the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. Here we go, there's the deer fencing. The proposed lighting. Windows and doors. This project went before the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission on November 19th, and they recommended that the Planning Commission conditionally approve the project. Their recommendations to the applicant were that they requested more information on the proposed restoration of the cottage. They recommended that the cottage be a different color from the new residences, a color that was more in keeping with the downtown guidelines for historic preservation. They placed high priority on protecting elements of the cottage such as the Victorian scrolls. They recommended that the arborist report be updated and incorporate the recommendations into the site plan. The updated arborist report was not available by the design review hearing. They had several recommendations for expanding information in the narrative, as well as the landscape plan. Their concerns were clarifications about the pavers and whether it was grass or DG, a need for a color material board for the cottage to be separate from the rest of the planned development. And some of their concerns were about the proposed rear setback for the cottage being very small at 1.78 feet. Concerns about parking, given that there's little to no parking on Broadway. Concerns about the color palette being bland and a request for additional color to be added into the project. Priority on protecting the cottage and recommending a white paint color with more depth. What's before the Planning Commission tonight is a potential approval of the tentative parcel map, plan development permit, use permit, landscape plan, design review as well, and additional exceptions that are being requested for the driveway width. The purpose of the plan development permit is for properties similar to this. It's very narrow, and the plan development permit process gives the Planning Commission flexibility to support useful innovation or higher level of design quality than would otherwise be possible. A plan development permit shall not be granted solely for the purpose of maximizing development potential or for merely allowing the development of individual units on separate lots. So the concessions and flexibility that the Planning Commission is considering tonight are considerations for reduced setbacks, parking off-site, and reduced lot area. Additional exceptions that are being considered tonight are the driveway width and consideration of the vehicle maneuvering room. As stated previously, the required setbacks are 15-foot front setbacks, 9-foot side, and 20-foot rear. The exceptions before the Planning Commission tonight are for a side setback on parcel 1 of 3.04 feet and a rear setback of 1.78 feet. For parcel 2, a front setback of 8 feet and 2 side setbacks of 3 feet and a rear setback of 14.25 feet. Same for parcel 3. And parcel 4 is requesting a front setback of 8 feet, eastern side setback of 3, and a rear setback of 14.25. Concessions for parking are also being requested. Our Chapter 1948-030 states that parking and loading spaces, to be permanent, required parking and loading spaces shall be permanently available, marked and maintained for parking or loading purposes, and shall be located on the site they are intended to serve unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission. Parking facilities approved to be located off-site shall be located within 300 feet of the use they are intended to serve. Per our code, each duplex is required to have 1.5 spaces, and the single-family housing is required to have 1 covered parking space. As I mentioned earlier, Lot 1 proposes no parking. The covered parking space for Lot 1 would be located on Lot 2. The parking space for Lot 2 would be located on 3. Additionally, the applicant's requesting concessions to the minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet, and they range from 2,382 to 5,380, between 30% and 60% of the required. The driveway is being requested at 17.5 feet where the 20 feet is required. Currently, the vehicle, a large SUV and a small delivery truck could turn around at the end. However, larger vehicles would be required to back up onto Broadway. Sonoma Municipal Code 1948-070 states that parking area shall provide suitable maneuvering room so that vehicles entering an abutting street or alley in a forward direction. The review authority may approve exceptions for single-family homes and duplexes. As required, the project includes an affordable housing component. The code states that a development containing 5 or more parcels or units shall provide at least 20% of the total parcels or units as affordable in the low and moderate categories. It also states that inclusionary affordable units should be reasonably dispersed throughout the development and should be compatible with the design or use of the market rate units in terms of appearance, materials, and finished quality. The applicant is proposing to designate the existing historic residence as the affordable housing unit, and therefore would be providing 16.67% of the required affordable housing. The applicant is proposing an in lieu fee for the remainder portion. So the requirement is for 20% would be 1.2 units of affordable housing. So they're proposing 1 unit be the historic cottage and an in lieu fee for the remaining 0.2 unit. I have the findings of approval for your consideration for the plan development permit, tentative parcel map, use permit, and design review. And I'll open it up to questions.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add to Christina's report, based on the question that was received earlier, there is a resolution for you to adopt tonight in your packet, so that would be a motion should you wish to do that this evening. And then secondly, in that resolution, we did not have the conditions of approval. They were distributed today, and certainly we can have the applicant speak to those conditions if there's any particular issue. I would like to point out what Christina just last spoke about. That was with respect to the in lieu fee. I would like to have the applicant confirm that he's in agreement with that condition number 53. He and I spoke about that earlier today, and he's able to do that. But I would like to have him discuss that specific condition for your commission. Thank you.
And if I could also add on that I do have a revision to one of the conditions of approval regarding the stormwater calculations. In the condition of approval, it requests calculations for a 25-year storm, and the Sonoma County Water Agency only requires a 10 and 100-year storm. So we'd like to recommend that modification.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. First of all, the distance between the rear setback of the cottage and the unit 2, the lot line was like under 2 feet, but there's another 3 feet to the next unit, so it's
Correct.
roughly 5 feet.
Yeah,
just under.
4 and
Okay.
3/4.
There was a discrepancy between what the arborist had recommended for tree replacement. Should have been 25 trees, and the plan calls out for 14 with a larger size tree. Is that which one is being recommended by staff?
I think it's a good topic for discussion tonight. The requirement was for 25 15-gallon trees, and the applicant is requesting consideration of the 24-inch.
Okay, so that's for us to decide. Yeah. And then finally, in the talking about the site coverage, in your staff report, you talk about the site coverage on parcel 4 as being 60%, and then you say it exceeds the allowable site coverage of 60%.
Yeah, my apologies. We were working up to the wire revising project plans.
So it does meet the site.
At my understanding, yes, it's being verified right now by our engineering team.
Thank you. Other questions?
Couple of questions. One, does the city at present have a provision for an in lieu fee?
The answer is no. However, the city council is considering it. And so this is not something that we have as a requirement. It's an agreement with the applicant that he'll be paying this fee prior to the execution. And the language that we're going to read into the record tonight, or that was in the conditions, has some stipulations to deal with how the city deals with it if the fee is higher versus lower.
Okay, and thank you. And my second question has to do with the parking that's being shifted from lot 1 to lot 2 and lot 2 to lot 3. if these are going to be separate parcels and therefore separately owned, are these parking arrangements a matter of an easement? How do those get codified as an entitlement? In other words, the parking space for parcel 1 is on parcel 2, but that's on someone else's property, ultimately, if you end up with separate owners. So how is that handled from a legal standpoint?
I would have to defer to the applicant's team to address that question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I can just add, I think the concept is it'll be a reciprocal or something formed on the deed, similar to the way that we're going to kind of lock in the reciprocal driveway provision.
I have a couple of questions. Christina, is there anything in this application, inconsistencies with the code, that is not allowed under the plan development process?
The request for the driveway width is not within the plan development permit. And the consideration of I think the Planning Commission should consider whether or not the vehicle turning movement area meets the definition of the code.
Okay, so how can we use the Class 32 exemption?
Can you clarify, please?
I was under the impression that exemption required the project to fully follow the code.
I would defer to our city council and the planning director on that issue.
Planning Director Storr?
I think the purpose of an exception is to allow for changes or variances with a small v, and I think if the commission determines that it's within the intent, then that will be consistent with the code, and that way you could use the Class 32.
So the code allows us to make a exception or variance for the driveway width?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So I would check on that. My next question would be, I don't remember duplexes being in the first application. So is that a new
No, it's been there.
duplexes?
In the original application,
I thought that they were different lots or parcels. Am I incorrect?
The original application was multifamily condo complex, but that's not what went before the planning commission. What was before the planning commission previously was duplexes and single family.
Okay, so it's always been a duplex on one parcel.
For the last 6 months or so.
Okay. Are duplexes allowed in the mixed use zone?
The residential use is an allowed use.
Are duplexes, do those count as, so if you look at what's allowed in the mixed use zone, under residential uses, it says multifamily dwelling 4 or fewer units. Is a duplex a multifamily dwelling 4 or fewer units, or is it a separate definition?
That's a separate definition.
Okay, well then, it doesn't say duplexes are allowed in the mixed use zone per the code.
Can you provide a reference to the section?
Table 2.3 and the allowed uses, 1910 zones and allowable uses. I think the idea was that the mixed use zone was to encourage denser forms of residential development.
So we have emergency shelters, live work, multifamily 4 or fewer, multifamily 5 or more, residential care home 7 or more, single family, supportive housing. I don't see duplex.
So then what happens?
Like most codes, they don't pull out every definition of housing, and so we'd have to kind of go with a description or an interpretation of the director. I think the intent is trying to get as much housing as we can, so I think in the case of this, we've got 6 units on 14,000 square feet. I don't know that making a difference between whether it's a duplex or something more than residential is a single-family residence is much of an issue.
Well, I mean, if you just look up in the residential zoning, it says duplexes, it lists duplex. And then it doesn't list it in commercial or mixed use, so is that just an oversight in the code, or was there a intent behind that? And I don't know the answer to that, I'm just,
Yeah, I wish I knew the answer too, and that's another one of the issues of the code being what created in 2005. I think the omission, because something is not specifically listed, we can have that provision in the code called up where it looks, walks, and talks like a residence or something more intense than a single family. I would be curious as to why a duplex, something more than a single family home, would not be allowed up to a 4-unit. I don't see the reasoning for that.
I don't disagree, I'm just saying it's not there, so.
Code, we've got the provision where if something's not listed in the code, it's prohibited, and then the director also has the ability to bring something forward to the commission for its interpretation.
I would just direct your attention to the intent of the mixed use. The mixed use zoning district is intended to allow for higher density housing types such as apartments or condominiums, both separately and in conjunction with commercial and office development, in order to increase housing opportunities, reduce dependence on the automobile, and provide a pedestrian presence in commercial areas. Under this designation, longstanding commercial, industrial, and otherwise residential areas may be preserved subject to use permit, and then states the maximum residential density.
Other questions, Council?
Not right now.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just to follow up on this, just so I'm clear, and maybe this is a question for the new attorney who's here tonight. I feel like we need to bring him into the conversation. My question is this, is when you get into matters of code like this, if something is not specifically permitted, is it forbidden?
Depends on the general interpretation and the rules that you lay out in the code. Oh, I'm sorry.
It would depend on how your code is written. Some codes are written that if it's not, and you have to defer to the planning director on that, but some codes are written that if it's not specifically permitted, then it's prohibited, and some allow for interpretation, so.
I see. And do we know which style we are?
Yeah, we do have the ability to do what David had talked about, as I mentioned earlier, that we do have, if it's not listed, it's prohibited, and then if there's a similar like use, then I can make a call, or I can then refer it to the commission. And in this case, it's all one bundle of entitlements.
Okay, thank you.
What happened with the Jerry Egra situation? It wasn't in the code, and that was like an interpretation issue, I thought, and it was like a 6-month change the code process. Okay. But we could have just approved it based on interpretation?
Well, if we felt comfortable that
Okay.
would have worked, but we chose not to. We changed the code in order to facilitate it. That also has helped in other situations down the line too.
Okay, thank you.
I have a couple of questions. One has to do with the parking spaces being on lots other than the lot for which they are to be used. That wasn't the case in the original application, was it?
No, this is a change.
Okay.
So I think I found the section. It says allowable uses of land. If a proposed use of land is not specifically identified in Sonoma Municipal Code 1910-050, allowed use, land uses and permit requirements, the use shall not be allowed except as follows. Similar uses allowed. The city planner may determine that a proposed use not listed in Division 2 is allowable for the purposes of accepting an application for processing. And the review authority may approve an application for an unlisted use if all the following findings are made.
Okay.
Do you want me to read them all?
Yeah, back to my question. Thanks. So that was the answer to the previous question. So the duplex or the off-site parking is a new addition. I'm wondering what triggered that, and maybe the applicant can discuss that, because that is unusual. The other has to do with the duplex units. As I recall from before, I asked there to be, they're not intended to be rentals, so the idea is that they're going to be sold, and there's going to be creation of either a condominium or something to have governance over these multi-units. Okay. So,
Yeah, actually,
and then-
our code requires that the duplex building is under one ownership.
right.
So like one would be owner occupied and then one could be rented.
Or they could sell it if they made them into condos and make it.
The code doesn't allow that.
Doesn't allow that?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this project is not a condo or a PUD. This is specifically selling off each of the individual lots.
Each individual lot would be individually owned, and there will be CCNRs and a homeowners association, but as far as the condominium plans, I would defer to the applicant.
Okay.
But the code, the definition in the code of a duplex is that the building is under one ownership.
Okay.
2 questions. Regarding the reciprocal easement that is now being proposed, did staff, does staff foresee any real liabilities in terms of future development on the lot to the south relative to the easement?
No, if you recall at the last meeting, I think the owner wanted that kind of thing for the ability to develop. And our position would be to try to get an additional 3 feet if we can. Currently, I think the reason for the limitation is there's a structure there now.
Correct. Okay. And my second question is in all the reading and all the documentation, I faintly remember some discussion about the possible elimination of that one proposed parking space in the northwest corner. Did I dream that, or is that floating there? And was that a design review comment that came forward, or am I just dreaming? That's okay. You can say I'm just dreaming.
I'm trying to think. I can't recall the parking space.
There was an issue of covered versus uncovered, but
And there are some discrepancies in the plans. In some places it says covered, in some places it says it's uncovered. The condition of approval would be requiring that it be an uncovered parking space in that corner.
other questions? Would the applicant like to speak on this item?
Hi, everyone. Nice to be back here. So, as you know, we've been working on this project for well over a year and a half now, and we really tried to take in, during the last study session, your feedback and listening to everything that you had to say. And we've worked extremely hard to kind of put this jigsaw puzzle together, because it's a very small lot, as you know, and we've tried to add additional housing to Sonoma, which is desperately needed. And I feel that we've taken a lot of your comments to heart and really tried to accommodate everything that, as much as we could, into the project. And I feel that you'll be very happy with a lot of the main concerns that you had. So I'll kind of just walk through those things, and then Stanley will talk about the project itself. So this was the previous plan that was submitted to you on 6/13, and obviously this is all on the south side of the lot, and we had a 14-foot driveway on the north side of the property, which had some concerns in terms of fire truck going in there, even though they had approved the 14 feet, and turnaround and so forth. So the recommendation that we got from you, the Planning Commission, was, how about if we partner up with the property to the south of us and create an easement for joining a driveway. And luckily they were here, and we've been going back and forth for months now. And we were able to come to an agreement, which they're happy with, and we're obviously very happy with, to join the driveways. So we flipped the whole project onto the north side of the property, which allows us to have a 18-foot driveway for almost the whole property, except there's a little pinch area of, I believe, 6 feet, which goes to 17 and a half. So we were able to extend the driveway 4 feet. And more importantly, one of the biggest concerns that you all had was in regards to moving the historical cottage. So because of this, the historical cottage remains exactly in the same location as it was before. There's no moving whatsoever, and it stays on the same foundation as well. So all the changes that we're doing to it is a cosmetic change. So to keep the integrity of the historic cottage and preserve everything that was there, which was a big concern of maintaining that. So we've accommodated that request as well. These were kind of, I'm going to go back through the things that we had discussed before and show you the changes that we've made. So previous site plan exceptions that we're asking for was for the setbacks, the covered parking, the ingress, egress locations, and the minimum lot area. Additional exceptions that were not covered under the plan development was the driveway width, the turnaround maneuvering room, parking dimensions, parallel parking spaces adjacent to the building, site coverage, and the number of required affordable housing units. So almost all of these have been covered now, and I'll go through that in the updated plans. Additional comments from the staff and concerns was moving of the historical building and concerns of damaging the interior of the building, which is something we don't have to deal with anymore. Number of required affordable housings, which we're dealing with that as well. The CEQA compliance and the driveway location and proximity to the north development. And here is the updated plan from now, which flips the project to the north side. And again, I mean, obviously, the feedback that we got about the project in itself from both you and the design team is that, you know, they love the design and the whole concept of the project. So it was very important for us to keep the integrity of that project and keep it as what it was, while still conforming to a lot of the comments that you had. So as I mentioned, the project is flipped to the north here, allowing the driveway here to be much bigger and allow access through this side. And here's an explanation of the site plan flip to allow shared driveway with the neighbors to the south and wider driveway of 18 feet. Now we have a T-shaped turnaround at the back of the property, which allows up to a big truck to go around and a UPS truck to turn around back there. Driveway width increased, like I said, from 14 feet to 18 feet, and the historical house will remain in the existing location. Here is the proposed revisions. The ones marked in red are all the ones that we're requesting before that we have addressed now. The ones that we still need at this point are the setbacks, which we couldn't do anything on this lot because of the size if we didn't require a setback exception, because it's a 50-foot lot. So literally, I don't think you could build anything on there. The covered parking, so a majority of them have the covered parking. The one on the north side at the end of the property on that we are not having covered parking, it was more of something that came up with the design review also, was it had to do with the setback, and they recommended to not have a covered parking on that last lot, just so that it allows more space for the setback. The minimum lot area, obviously, is something that we still need. The driveway width, even though we were able to expand it to 18 feet, it's still not 20 feet. And the parking location, to answer your question in regards to why we did that, it had to do with the site coverage in terms of how much space we had from each property. So we couldn't meet the site coverage if the lot lines weren't how we addressed them. And we had to move the parking. So if there was a parking lot on the site where the cottage is, it wouldn't have met the site coverage. And also it would have had a challenge with the existing location of the cottage and where the house is. So we had to move it one site over. And also we didn't want to put cantilevers on the cottage to have covered parking on there. So we moved it one over to the next lot over. And all of this is going to be addressed through the HOA and having the association deal when we sell the property, is having deal with having an easement for each of the parking spaces being in the next lot over. So we dealt with the car turnaround and maneuvering. The parking dimensions are met with now. The parallel parking space adjacent to the building is dealt with. The site coverage, which was a big issue, has been dealt with now. So we meet the requirements for that. And for the required affordable housing units, as David mentioned, we're proposing to give up the historical unit plus the $70,000 in lieu of fee for the 0.2 units into the city fund for affordable housing. And that's it from my side.
Stanley Seidowitz at Home Architects. I'm actually just going to go over the same points with illustrations and show pictures. You all know the location of the project and the fact that it's in Siberia 2 Historic Overlay Zone. This is the existing cottage, which is left entirely intact. There are no changes to the exterior other than removing some of the elements that have degraded it by being added over time. And otherwise, everything else has to do with repairs. So the building is exactly as is. You can see the location of the cottage with no changes at all, and then the proposed new building, which is behind. So this is, the pink shows actually elements that are being removed to restore the cottage to its original historic state. So there's a lot of conduit, an air conditioner, a lean-to at the back, and all these things will be removed and the building repaired to an absolutely sort of pristine historic state. These are just some of the key elements of the cottage that are all intended to be repaired and painted and restored. So nothing will change at all. No elements are being added or subtracted other than the ones that I showed in pink. The door, the windows, the scrolls, all of these things remain the same. I have material boards that I can distribute of the cottage materials, but they essentially all identical. The only change is the use of this blue to accent the porch element and to tie into the new landscape, which is basically lavender and persimmons. So that essentially is all of the sort of preservation. So there's really two architectural projects. The one is the restoration of the cottage and then the new constructions behind. And for those, just to reiterate what we discussed before, the precedents are these very powerful historic buildings that form the most memorable architectural context of Sonoma and are essentially these architectural types: Spanish colonial, Mission Revival, and Monterey colonial. And the characteristics of these are all clearly discussed in the Turnbull report, but I mean, they involve two-story height, low pitch or flat roofs, balconies, wood cladding, full height fenestration, repetition, modesty and lack of ornament, and a kind of degree of simplicity. And these are the drawings that we did analyzing those buildings and their architectural kind of character, and then the proposal for the new structures which are behind the Victorian, showing the lessons learned from the historic fabric of Sonoma. Again, the relationship between the new and the old, and the fact that from Broadway, essentially the cottage becomes the signature and emblem of the project. The use of sympathetic but different materials, so the sort of siding of the historic cottage now becomes a material that is similar to cement board siding, but it looks very similar, but it's obviously different. And these are essentially the materials for the new building, which are white painted siding, the black windows, and the carport shade canopy material, which you see. And again, we have sample boards to show this. These are the elevations of the historic building, and then the south elevation of the new building. and the elevations of the new buildings. This is essentially the single new unit, and then there's 2 duplex units which follow it. In terms of the site strategy, we've been kind of focused on the narrow lot typologies that are pretty characteristic of the layout of Sonoma, and these are a series of examples of those types and the way that access for cars work on the site with these linear sort of driveways which link to ADU units and second homes and so on the backs of some of these lots. And so this is our organization, and just to give you a kind of idea of the overall kind of use of the land, 33% of our site is roadway, 25% is actual structure, and then 24% is courtyard. The lot divisions and the kind of coverage of each of the lots is shown on this diagram. And so you can see here that the lot lines are to adjust the dimensions of the lot to comply with coverage. And here you see the turnaround, which is this T junction at the end of the property on the shared roadway, which allows for a full-size vehicle and truck. This is the actual roadway. It's 93% 18-foot wide, and 7% of it is constrained by one of the existing buildings on the current house. In terms of the way the parking works, the fact that we kept the entry on our property and then it widens out onto the adjoining property meant that we had to switch the parking to the first single unit for lot 1. I think this is very simply organized through the kind of lot line and subdivision rules that we'll establish as an overall project. So here you see the parking layout, Unit 1 and Unit 1's parking, Unit 2, which is just a few feet away, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, and the unbundled store at the western end of the property. The kind of key sort of aspect of the project has to do with this idea about outdoor living and these courts that each of the houses is focused around. And this courtyard type is sort of part of the historic way of living in this landscape and climate. And these are just some images of these courts. Each court will be have 2 trees planted in it and a large glass sliding door which opens it out so that it's almost like the inside and outside are a single kind of continuous living space. And this is a view from the interior looking towards the exterior. These are 14-foot wide and the full length of the units. In terms of the sort of units themselves, there's the Victorian, and then the single-family house, and then the pair of duplexes. And this upstairs are all the bedrooms. So here on the ground floor, you see this large single living family kitchen space, a stair going up, a fireplace, the court, and then 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms on the upper level. And again, just some images of this space. Unfortunately, our landscape architect has bronchitis, so I've still got my voice, so I'll try to cover for him. The whole concept of the landscape is actually that it's a kind of agrarian, edible landscape, like part of the kind of farm tradition. So in the front we have persimmon trees, and then in each of the courts we have fig varieties. All along the fence, there's hackleberry, and then on the western edge, grape varieties. And you can also see the permeable paving of the roadway, which the full width of the roadway is shown over here. And these are some of the elements of the landscape, the figs, huckleberries, Cape Rush along the edge between the covered car parking and the buildings themselves, and then the frontage with the persimmons and lavender and the painted filigree of the historic building, and just the scale and streetscape and the view of the historic building completely restored. So essentially that's, the view of the project.
Thank you, Stanley. Questions of the applicant? Otherwise, we'll open it to the rest of the public to comment.
Good evening, I'm Robert Sanders. I live in 103 Beasley Way, right behind this project, and somehow I came late to the study sessions and learning about all this new idea of the kind of a modern, innovative concept being built behind me. I'm a ex-city planner or designer, done a lot of work for the city, so I have kind of two viewpoints here. I have my personal viewpoint because I have a lot of old redwood trees that are right behind there, and we've lived in the house since it was built, and I think those trees are 27 years old. And I spoke to Jim McNair, in consultation about what's going on with saving those trees, and he says we need more study about that because the backup area extends over further on the next lot that gets developed. And so there's some issues about the depth, and I know I know it's a permeable, square that goes into the ground, but he thinks there should be more detailing, the setback. We don't want to ruin our trees. There's also a cool tree on your property that I think should be saved, and so maybe the back 20 feet or so should be landscaping. It's a 300-foot lot. A little bit of landscaping towards the back could be a cool thing. So I think, we need more housing, but I think that maybe one less house on this property would make it a much higher quality development. I'm a big fan of modern architecture, Schindler, Neutra, Bill Willers, he's got a beautiful modern house that he designed, but we're kind of plopping a very modern, interesting house right behind a historical house. How do they integrate? And I was on that committee for the design guidelines for the city. It's kind of a stretch for me what this architecture is between what the architect was showing tonight and what we're showing. So maybe there's some improvements or some new ideas that could come to light. I'm a really positive pro-development guy, but I think this is the time where we make the decisions for the future and how we look at the details of this project. There's a lot of things. It's kind of squished. There's little 3-foot walkways in between the buildings. There's no parking for the front guy. Who's going to maintain the easement that's on the south property? I'm kind of curious about that. So just be very careful about what you do, but I think it could be a little bit better with one less unit, and we would still be providing more housing in this great community and integrating it into our lifestyle. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks again, Tom Conlon, 18850 Robinson Road. So I guess I appreciate the creativity this applicant has brought trying to pack all of this into such a narrow lot. I'm a little bit distraught to hear that 33% though of the valuable real estate we have on this lot is allocated to roadway. And so the things that come to me are, if it's mixed use, what's the building height? I haven't heard that described. How close we are to the maximum height of this building. And I also haven't heard how close it is to the 20 unit per acre maximum. And a lot of talk about parking. I haven't heard anything about alternative modes of parking, bicycle parking or trash enclosures. I know that trash is oftentimes an issue in these densely populated developments. And then I guess I realize it may be difficult to make a project like this pencil, and I wouldn't want to lose a good project on this site, but it sounds like the in lieu fee that's been calculated, if my math is correct, 0.2 units at $70,000 means that we have $350,000. That's what it costs to build a low-cost unit, is $350,000 in the city. Is that the benchmark we're using for our in lieu fee program? And if in lieu fees, what happens if the city council decides not to approve in lieu fees or approve them at a different rate? How does that affect this project? Those are all things that occur to me. Now, I don't live near the project. I don't know about these local issues raised by the nearby neighbor. They sound like reasonable things to consider. But in the spirit of the day, I will yield back the balance of my time to the chair.
Thank you.
Bill Willers, 873 First Street West. I hope you appreciate the accommodation that this project has actually made to the city of Sonoma. It's a maxed out mixed use project from the standpoint of providing the number of units per acre. It is at 20 units to the acre. It does it in a 21-foot high envelope. It does it in a way that's sensitive to the city of Sonoma. It does it in a way that doesn't make the car the predominant feature of the building, and it provides really beautiful living spaces. It also provides affordable housing with the duplexes. One of the most affordable ways to live is to live in a unit that you own and rent a unit that's next door to you. It helps cover your cost of your mortgage, and it provides a rental housing in the city of Sonoma. And I would argue that a duplex is a multifamily unit. It's got two families living in it. The multifamily projects that we've done in the city of Sonoma have all included duplexes, so historically they've been approved as multifamily projects. We've done high density projects and mixed use projects which both had duplexes in them as a solution for housing. And I would ask the commission to pay attention to this project in relationship to the next project that you're going to have on your agenda. This is an elegant solution to the problem. It fits Sonoma in terms of its scale. It's appropriate to the place where it's being placed, and it's very sensitively done. And we should be doing this in mixed use zones, because otherwise there will be a pushback to mixed use housing at 20 units to the acre in the city of Sonoma. Those housing units should be small in scale, like this is, should provide a more affordable aspect to it because they are small in scale, and should fit into its context rather than stand out of its context. So item number 5 or whatever it is tonight, play that in contrast to this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill.
Hello again, Carol Marcus, also 873 First Street West, oddly enough. I would also like to commend the applicant for not only complying with the spirit, but the letter of the mixed-use ordinance, which calls for smaller, more affordable units to be put forward. These aren't large units. I believe they're in the 1,200 square foot range, which is a fine size for the mixed-use zone, and I believe that's what was intended and actually what is called for if you read the definition of mixed-use zone. So I'm really appreciative of this coming forward tonight. Thank you.
Anyone else care to speak? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the commission, close the public hearing, and discussion possible action.
Everybody looking down at this end. Well, first of all, I'm pleased that many of the comments and recommendations that came up the last time we talked about this project have been able to be incorporated, not the least of which was the sharing of the driveway with the neighbor to the south. That was, I think, and is a very significant and positive change. I recognize that there are limitations in terms of existing structures that limit the driveway width, but it's certainly better than it was at 14 feet, and I think I can live with it not being the full 20. In terms of the setbacks and so forth, I mean, I think these are reasonable accommodations to the plan that's being put forward. I was initially a little concerned about the setback behind the rear setback of the affordable unit up front, the old historic house, but I just noticed in one of the pictures that was shown that there's actually no windows on the back of that structure. So I have less concern. If it were actually, you know, a windows and some steps out of the house and things like that out of the back, it wouldn't work. But given the nature of how they're going to treat it and the removal of the appurtenances and attachments to the house, it should work fine. I agree that this is an opportunity for some, unlike other projects I'm seeing, some truly more affordable units. I'm noticing that there's a tendency on the part of applicants or development proposals nowadays to almost treat everything as if it's workforce housing, despite the fact that it'd probably be priced in the range of $800,000 to $1 million. To me, that's not it, and part of it has to do with the unit size. And so while there are a lot of units on this relatively small parcel in terms of its physical constraints, I think that's the only way that you can probably make this project pay for itself, and it does produce smaller units, which are going to inherently be more affordable. So in general, I'm feeling quite positive about this project. I always liked the innovation of the design. Somebody mentioned Bill Willer's house, and you know, it's when the trees are in, and even though a very modern structure can look quite stark after it's built, before everything's grown up, once it establishes itself in a more mature landscape situation, it really works out fine. And I think that variation in housing style is historically true in Sonoma, and I don't think we should be afraid of moving into more creative and modern style housing in the community. I think it's just, as Sheila remarked earlier, I think we're all getting tired of the Sonoma supersized country farmhouse look, and I for one welcome some real design creativity and innovation on this.
You get to respond.
Yeah. Thank you for not making a modern farmhouse. Thank you for making something that's creative. It's really such a wonderful design. I love that design. The driveway not being 20 feet, I think that's something that's certainly an issue, but it's workable. the rear setback on the cottage, I want to understand better whether or not we're even allowed, how we're allowed to overcome that issue and whether or not that's even a possibility. The parking on the different lots is very confusing, and I wonder from a sellability standpoint, because I'm always thinking about how properties are going to sell in this area. I still think that a condo complex would be easier. I think it's going to be, while duplexes, I agree with Bill Willers, they do help you pay your mortgage, but it's going to be difficult to sell a higher end duplex like this. I think selling individual condos makes the product much more sellable. So I caution you that I think that there's still some reason to consider doing this as a condo complex where individual condo units can be sold individually. The parking can be across different lots. It can make a lot more sense from that standpoint. I would love to see one unit reduced to have a little bit more space in there, a little bit more parking, a little bit more of a green area. That would be my preference. The affordable unit being the cottage, I was wondering, since it's less than half the size of the other units, what's being done to make it, it's supposed to be a similar property to the other units. So my question is, what's being done to upgrade the interior of that property to make it like the other properties in terms of its quality level? You mentioned taking down some of the extraneous pieces to it, and one of them was an AC unit. Well, are we going to have AC in that cottage? And just what kind of upgrades and things are you going to put in that affordable unit to make sure that we're not just having this historic, dingy cottage as our affordable unit? So I'd like to understand that a little bit better. And I had one other comment. Let's see if I can find it. If I can navigate this well. Okay, well, I'm going to pause there and let other people speak.
Good evening. Well, I certainly like the exciting site plan and architecture that you have there. I think it's fresh and really innovative. The livability of the inside from the photographs looks delightful. Particularly the in and out California living style with the glass opening, the wide glass openings, the backyard, and so forth. I do, however, believe that there are things that could be done to the site plan that would make it more livable for the people that are going to be in there renting or buying. Since I appreciate your following the suggestion to flip it driveway to the back to the left side, the south. And I expected the driveway would be 20 feet wide, and not being a traffic expert, that was my expectation. So I have some concern about that. I'd like some way to have that validated, other than just a city review of that. As well, I have some concern about the operation of the parking with, you have renters and you have owners, and so you're going to have, I wouldn't guess, 15, 18 people around there with different interests and different levels of possessiveness, depending on whether they're renters or owners. It concerns me that the parking spaces are not on the lot owned by, the owner of the building. I can see some conflict that might occur without having your house and your car one unit. It certainly would take some great getting used to, and maybe could cause some conflicts amongst the residents. I have some concern about that. It seems to me that there's no way to validate the usability of the driveway, since it's not 20, which would be code, which assuming that's been validated well, I would feel much more comfortable if the driveway, and particularly the turnaround, I think there's some question about where the limit of the turnaround is for larger vehicles, perhaps delivery vans and things like that. This time of year, there's vans coming and going everywhere on these streets. I have concern about the turnaround being feasible for the general usage as expected, the parking, the operation of the parking lots that are not on the lot of the owner and the driveway, I would like to see a peer review of those elements. And I suppose I'd like to see a new site plan after that's been readjusted. It's not crucial to me, but I do have some concern about those 3-foot setbacks between the units. That's a pretty narrow path. Not, certainly noise could transmit back and forth there, but it's not much space. I question it. I'm not really drilling in on it. The in lieu fee for the lack of the second affordable unit, I really do have some concern about that. Without having a mechanism in place for that money, it appears to me to be more of an escape and a penalty than it is really an in lieu fee. I think the in lieu mechanism in this city is going to could be a very complex issue and could take a very long time to work out so that it actually works and does provide some housing. Those in lieu fees are not going to add up to much, and they're going to have to be leveraged in some way with affordable housing builders, and I think it's complicated. I think to take the money now and think we've satisfied it, we could be missing something there. We're going to end up short housing, an affordable housing unit. We may not, that money just may drop into the general fund bucket somewhere. Thank you. Those are my concerns.
Who's next? I find this a difficult project to think about, to analyze and decide how I feel about it. On the one hand, it is truly innovative. I love the indoor-outdoor living space that we've talked about. And I tell myself, well, if the tightness and the level of density, if you will, seems like with no the setbacks being so severely reduced. If this were a condominium project, these people would be right next to each other or joined to each other. So 3 feet is more than nothing. I mean, you can look at it that way. And so it's kind of a hybrid model between a condominium and single-family residences, which we're achieving through the mechanism of a planned development. I can imagine that the parking on other people's property has a lot of potential for problems. I mean, I've spent 41 years unraveling people fighting with each other over some of the stupidest things having to do with real estate. This is just like screams at me. You know, people are going to park in the other people's spot. They're going to put stuff in the other people's spot. The kid's going to put the bike in the other people's spot. It's just an invitation for future problems. I mean, as much as I like it, I think, what I'm about to say, I realize it probably would make this project not pencil, but it would work a lot better to me with one fewer unit. You don't have the affordable housing in lieu issue because you meet your affordable housing with the one unit. You can free up some space where you can put the parking on the lots where the people live or own, and it just reduces that possibility for future problems. Somebody brought up the garbage. I think maybe Sheila, where is the trash? I'm sure you've provided for it in here, but I don't remember where it is. And in some ways, I think no matter what is done with this project, if it gets built, it's going to be an experiment. You're risking a lot of money here. So I go, well, they must think people are going to buy this and want to live there. I would be concerned if it were my money I was investing, just because of these odd things that we've just been talking about. I don't really know where I'm going to come down on this, to be honest with you, but those are my thoughts at the moment. I'd like to see one fewer lot. I'd like to see the cars on the place where that the owner owns. And just, I don't know how that could be accomplished, but I really appreciate you flipping it, and that has really helped. Won't be quite the same. The yards will be nicer with southern exposure, but so be it. Anyway, those are, other people have raised things that I could just repeat, but this is a challenge. I mean, it's a challenge for us, and it's a risk all the way around, the way I look at it.
Commissioner Brennan.
Yes, thank you. I generally agree a lot with what Commissioner Barbo's just said. Weighing the innovative and creative project with just seeming like we're trying to cram too much on that lot. And so I do think it would probably solve all the problems as we discussed at a study session, and as I think we've discussed a few times, if there was one fewer unit. I do have one quick question for Christina. In the Class 32 exemption text in the staff report, it says the project would not result in any significant effects related to traffic. Is that just because it's a small project? Has there been any sort of traffic analysis done on the driveway and in out of Broadway there?
The applicant prepared a report that's an attachment that analyzed traffic. It's mostly looking at the...
Within the project, right? The vehicle tracking?
No, there's a secret report.
Okay. Oh, the number 10 here on the attachments?
Yeah, let me take a look. So the city did not have a traffic engineer or anything peer review that, but the number of trips from the...
Okay, I see it. That resolves that concern. Okay. But in general, I agree with a lot of the commissioners' comments on both sides. I have concerns about the setback between the historic home and the first, I think it's a single-family home. I didn't see in here, and I'm sorry, my iPad is not working well right now. Was there a report? There was an original report done by Alice Duffy saying that this project treated the historic home appropriately. I mean, typically you don't build 3 to 4 or 5 feet away from a historic structure in terms of like that close of a setback. I mean, I've never seen that before. And so is that what the report said?
Well, Alice's report was on a different site plan.
But it was basically the same thing, just flipped, right?
I can't recall off the top of my head what the setbacks were.
Okay, well, that's just one thing that sort of sticks out to me. You typically don't build that closely to a historic property. But if that's what the report said, I'd be interested in seeing that. And I also had serious concerns about parking on adjacent lots, as described earlier. Are there any, I mean, can lot lines be gerrymandered in that sort of way? I mean, you typically don't see parcels drawn that way. Is that common?
I'll defer to the planning director.
I mean, apparently it's fine. Okay, all right. So those are just my general concerns.
As I think I expressed last time, I do appreciate thinking outside the box, and I think this is a unique project. On a sidebar, I am always concerned about the concept of creating workforce housing and what does that really mean price point wise, and I'm really hoping that a project like this, given its size, can truly be marketed for what I think is a lost market in this town right now, and that's true workforce housing for teachers and firefighters and that level. I think as I continue to study the overall site plan, I would concur with my fellow commissioners that if there's any way that the project could still pencil out and still be workforce housing, I think it would be more graciously laid out with one less unit, but not at the expense of having it slip up to an economic category where only Silicon Valley and San Francisco people can afford. I would be very sad on that. I can work with the reduced lot sizes. I'm at this point, I'll be an optimist that if we go with an in lieu fee, it will not be misused. I'm okay with the minimal setbacks based upon what we're trying to achieve. Driveway width does not bother me in the sense that as long as it's been signed off by first responders, if those are the people I'm most concerned about getting in quickly and safely. So again, my first choice would be to add a little bit of breathing space to the site if possible. My second choice, and this will probably create a lot of consternation with the people that are sitting next to me, I would like to be creative and come up with some way that we can dump one parking space. I'd like to get rid of that northwest parking space and save that oak tree. It's hard to, and I am biased, I am a landscape architect, but it's hard to have a site where you just simply clear cut everything. The good news is that the most significant tree is in the very back of the site. It's 9 foot off the property line, and from the north property line, I think it's over 18 feet. So without doing any traffic studies or vehicular movement motions, whatever, it appears you can still have your T turnaround configuration and have that work. Again, I know that I'm blasphemous about talking about eliminating a parking space, but I like trees. And unfortunately, what is proposed to replace unfortunately, it isn't equitable, and it's not so much it's not equitable that you can't put in 14 24-inch box trees, but this is a very unusual site that, and you can quote me on this is going to be weird. I think we should put in less trees, albeit bigger trees. I think right now my greatest concern, one of my concerns, is the backyards. And I think that what we have gained by flipping the driveway is good. I think what we have now is we have courtyards basically that are 14 foot 3 inches in width, 44 feet in length, that has a building north facing elevation of 21 feet. You got a property line fence that's 8 foot, and you're proposing lawn, you're proposing fig trees. Big mistake, in my humble opinion. Your pictures show that wonderful, graceful indoor-outdoor expansion, which I think, given the style of the window walls or the glass walls, is great. But the homeowner to move indoor-outdoor from, I believe it's concrete floors, but you may have a few area rugs, whatnot, onto wet grass, which will be there quite frequently, back and forth, is an awkward relationship. I think planting two fig trees, unless you are very gifted at pruning, they're going to become very overpowering. Conceptually, I like the idea of an edible landscape, but I think I would envision a courtyard without lawn, without big trees, and you can still soften it up with, and I'm not interested in designing it, so I'm not going to get into great details, but I think right now that is a significant concern, because based on my experience, that courtyard will never become what we all hope it is going to be, in a little outdoor gem that just allows for that indoor-outdoor flow. The drawing, the original site plan is a little bit misleading on the west end in terms of the relationship to the neighbor's house. And it's not an intentional thing, but there is a storm drain easement that's beyond the project site's property line, but there isn't an undeveloped storm drain easement, and the fence, the neighbor's fence, is 10 foot, 12 foot back, as shown on a couple of the site plans, but the civils are correct, which leads me to the expressed concern, which I too share, is that the execution of the site work adjacent to the property line fence is critical, because I think those neighboring redwood trees bring value to your project site. And I think that great care needs to be taken by both the execution. Eliminate one unit, then that gives us a little bit of breathing space. May not be possible, fine, but I think you really do need to identify how that's going to be done. And I am not, and I'll go on the record, I am not an advocate of putting up a 4-foot orange fence around an existing tree at the drip line and saying that's perfect. That is not adequate tree protection. So I'll get off my bandwagon. The deer fence, I have, concept-wise, I love deer fences because in design, they disappear. You don't see them. The problem is the deer fences that I put up in the fabric that you showed in your sample packet, it does not structurally support vines. It's thin, it's plastic, it's beautiful, it's black, it's intended to disappear. Your T-sting needs to be revisited if you're truly wanting to put up something like grapes in that narrow area. Let's see. I'm curious. Gravel, okay. Would you approach the podium, please?
In the turnaround, we're proposing to not compact it. So you can see on this diagram, you can see the two different types of compaction. The fire truck is the heavier vehicle, and that's the green zone. There's no turnaround for a fire truck. The red zone will allow for an ambulance or a FedEx truck to turn around without the full compaction. So we are hoping that would be one way to mitigate the impact on those trees. But I fully support your your idea of eliminating that parking and replacing it with more lands, like having more freedom for landscape. I mean, we can achieve the turnaround, that T turnaround, without occupying that entire area.
Do you believe we can keep the oak tree, the existing oak tree?
Yes, I think we should be able to.
Thank you. That's.
I have a lot of other answers if
great.
I have a chance
Great.
later.
Some minor notes. If we design guidelines or selection guidelines, and I will unequivocally tell you that persimmons don't fall on that. I love persimmons. I think they're great trees. But again, it may be a case where if it's not practical on plants, and they'll save you money at 5 gallons. So just a minor note there. How do those very long, graceful, linear, vertical windows work as they approach the roof ridge? Because the drawing suggests
basically a recess, which is actually where the roll-down shades are contained.
Okay.
And then there's a steel angle which catches the windows. So the framing thickness is actually what we use to
looking at this drawing that's on the screen right now, I'm assuming that I'm not entirely certain of your widths here, but the way the garbage system from the side of the truck with a lifting apparatus that then lifts the cans and dumps them into the truck. It's not going to work where you've got garbage
We've
cans.
already had some conversations about the garbage collection.
Yeah.
Each garbage night to the street and then return them. It's very common. It's the way all multifamily
Okay,
projects
because
work.
generally garbage pickup in Sonoma is once a week.
Right.
It would mean them wheeling, grab the cans.
That's exactly what the plan is.
Okay, thanks.
Of a very difficult lot main, and I support of this project would be to reduce it by 1 unit.
With respect to the in lieu fee, that would be an earmarked fee. The idea is tonight, but I think it would be helpful to provide direction to that's great, but I'm not going to go remove a unit. And conditions that he may not want to live, direction to us, and we can return with findings for denial at a later meeting. So what those things are through some discussion.
The applicant.
The value of this, the is to remove that completely remodeled, and I honestly think that nobody parks in somebody else's space being on, but we've been discussing, which is on 2 properties. So 3 foot to the prop, if it were I really appreciate
So take into consideration here, because this is something where come up with a solution because it only goes down 6 inches of project work. So we have to give up one unit, take that into consideration.
Either we make an applicant think about possible ways to,
That we could have some of the Willers have some information.
Commissioner.
Motion that we approve is saved will be such where the neighbors' trees will be protected. And that needs to be kind of quantified and qualified. I'd like to see fewer trees but bigger trees, because I think that site and the proposed outdoor spaces are just too small and are going to eat up too much natural light. And I don't think you need to have that for an enjoyable outdoor space. 5, and this may be a little bit too futzy, but I'm nervous about shady lawn, big fat fig trees, and a very small courtyard with this wonderful opportunity of that indoor-outdoor relationship. I think the courtyards need to be revisited. Deer fence is a minimal one about structurally won't hold up vines, but that's something fences can be modified easily. And then the last one is if we go fewer but bigger trees, it just needs to be coordinated with the city's street tree master plan, because as much as I like persimmons, I think that there would be value gained by following what the city has mandated. So Save oak, protect redwoods, bigger but fewer trees, revisit the courtyard design with no lawn and no huge trees, revisit deer fence, coordinate city street trees. That assumes that, that we're okay with the number of affordable housing units and that there's an in lieu fee, that the lot sizes, we're okay with that, they're smaller, that we're okay with the setbacks. They are technically 3 in sums, but in reality, the space between them is 6. We're gonna waive the covered parking requirement and the driveway width. Again, the fire department's happy with it, I can live with it. And then, that's it. 6 units. And 6 units, so.
I have a question for that
Okay.
motion.
We need a second.
Well,
I'll second it for discussion purposes.
Okay.
so that, I guess my question, so if this is for discussion, it seems like that was sort of like a list of suggestions that would be incorporated into a new or a revised project. Do you trust the condition process to deliver what you're asking for, or would you actually like to see those modifications made? Because if it's the latter, I would suggest in continuing this with all of those suggestions and seeing that updated, and then perhaps that could give us time to get acclimated with the 55 conditions of approval that were sent to us this afternoon. And from what I understand, this Page and Turnbull report was sent at 4 p.m. today, and no one has read it yet. So I would also like to read that. So that's just a question.
Okay, let me bring the applicant back up to the microphone. Having heard that list, and assuming it's keeping the unit there.
Yes.
Would you be willing to accept a continuance to go back and work those other items?
I would appreciate if we commit to those conditions so that we approve it tonight, and we'll 100% commit to those, to adhere to those before in the final process. Continuing it is, again, it's just a whole nother process, and we're already a year and a half into this project, but we can put a condition that we have to meet those requirements, which we will.
A question for staff. Would it be possible to proceed with this motion or some variation of this motion and somehow give the applicant assurances that we aren't going to be flip-flopping, but there was enough nuances, particularly with some of the things that I'm most concerned about, that could easily be dealt with, not on a resubmittal that was submitted, but something that would be much more condensed, that would give us an opportunity for what I would call more of the design review aspect of things, rather than focusing in on setbacks or driveway widths or lot sizes, et cetera. That would, I think quite a bit needs to be done on the exterior side of the outdoor spaces. I would feel most comfortable if they were willing to come back, not with the expectation that we're going to yank their chain on anything else as far as the site, because the site plan, if I've heard, is what they're really proposing with the one modification about saving the oak. That I would feel reasonably comfortable if we had some vehicle by which we could request so I'm looking to the director.
So I can promise that staff won't wiggle around, but I don't know if the commission could do that, right? As far as being changing its mind. For example, Commissioner Barnett would like to have the discretion to review a report that may change a direction that he proposes or the commission may be in support of. So there may be that discretion or changeability, variability, I don't know what the right word is. But certainly we can prepare conditions. If you tell us to return, let's say, January the 9th, I think it is, or if we have a special meeting on the 23rd, we could craft conditions of approval that preserve an oak tree. We can authorize the elimination of a parking spot number 6 or something, wherever that is. We can create a condition that says instead of having 10 trees at 24-inch box, we could say that the applicant needs to show us a diagram where 6 36-inch box trees are going to be, and specify that there's going to be oaks, and if that's the desire of the commission. So clearly we can deal with removing lawn as a condition of approval, but that will take some time to prepare those conditions.
Can I just ask a question, David? So, I mean, can't this be approved based on the, I mean, to be honest with you, Commissioner Wonder, sorry, I mean, the things you're requesting are very modest and not difficult to do. I mean, these are like, you know, very minor things in terms of changing the size of the planters and, you know, the deer fence and losing a park. I mean, these are things that can be dealt with very, very easily. So if we can, you know, base it a condition based off of us meeting these requirements, I mean, it would have to, you know, we would have to meet these as in order of the approval, and we would follow all these things. But just to push it back a month just to say, yes, we agree to these things, it just seems kind of like it's just prolonging a process.
From a developer standpoint, again, the pushback.
Yes.
But with the, I can't think of a better word than the assurance that, you know, we aren't then going to come back and say, you come back with us with a finesse site plan based upon the comments about the outdoor spaces. We're not going to then come back and say, well, we want 4 buildings. And so that's not enough of a, that doesn't give you the confidence to be able to go forward even with the request for a revised landscape plan?
Couldn't it be handled as conditions of approval, which is the standard kind of method that is used where, you know, like at a planning commission hearing, certain consensus about...
The answer
you know,
to that is yes, but we would need to flesh out those conditions of approval if we're going to vote on that tonight. And we don't have that in front of us.
Well, Commissioner Wellander gave us a list of items. Could we agree that those are the things that need modification?
Is it possible to like take a straw poll on things? I mean, because if there isn't support for the project, then I would agree. There's no sense. But if there's, could we take straw polls on parking spaces on other lots, number of units, etc.? And then if there's a majority support, then we could go on and to sort of where Commissioner Wellander is. And then, I mean, I would like to obviously see all the conditions of approval. I mean, I don't know if we've all read them. They were, but do you understand what I'm saying? I mean, if there's not majority support for 6 units, maybe there is, maybe there's not, then, you know, maybe.
So it's going to take staff some time to write the conditions. And so if then staff writes the conditions, they can be circulated back to the, do we have to have another formal hearing?
Yeah, we can, we need to craft some conditions. We can normally do them on the fly. I'm hearing a lot of conditions, and I haven't necessarily heard where everybody's landing yet.
Right.
We just have one motion. And so if you want to go through a process of doing a straw poll on lose a lot, don't lose a lot, then we can figure out if we can then whittle down to whether it's an oak tree or not, or increase size of the trees. But right now, I'm not hearing a consensus on anything yet until we act on the motion. The motion could be modified too, by the way.
I'm flexible.
Well, why don't we withdraw that motion and start some straw polls?
Sure, sure.
All right.
I withdraw.
And I withdraw the second.
I like Kelso's suggestion that we just sort of take a straw poll on the concept. Before we get into the conditions, is there a majority of folks up here who are willing to approve the project with the 6 units with the setbacks as shown on in this site plan? Seems like the things that we're tweaking are not that.
Yes.
So the basic.
All right, so
if there's a majority.
There's the first one out for our straw
Okay, so
poll.
I will be the first to say I would support this project on the straw poll basis on the big picture.
Thank you.
But I do want to see the thing. I didn't read the 48 conditions of approval or whatever they are.
It's 54.
54, and now we have to change those, so I'd still want to be able to do that.
So if we are at this point considering the number of units, I would agree that I'm okay with 6, or whatever the current total number is, 6 units.
All right.
Well, I favored a continuance because I'd like to see a new site plan, but my real issue is,
This is just a straw poll for 6 units or less.
leaving anything else out, or reserving the right to say other comments.
Yeah, because we're going to do other straw polls.
Sure, other things being equal.
So you'd support 6.
Well, let me just give you a little background. If I can't see the parking or the driveway or the turnaround revised, I could be satisfied with a good off-site peer review of all those items. The operation and the practicality and feasibility of the parking locations, the parking operation, the driveway, and the turnaround. I'm not convinced. I think that's a very important issue, and I've either got to have a new site plan or I've got to have for me, a peer review that's believable.
I'm taking that
That's
as a
very
no. I'm
conditional.
taking that as a no.
Okay. Yep, I agree.
Yes.
Yes, I can support 6 units. I will remain cautious about the fact that I think duplexes are not really workforce housing because they're too expensive for people to buy, so I would love to see it as a condo.
Okay. Public hearing's not open.
No.
I would support 6, and I would support this site plan on the condition that this historic resource report from Page and Turnbull that addresses the historic building approved or said this was fine. I've yet to see that.
And I would also support 6 units with some reservations. So we have a majority or consensus on supporting 6 units. What's the next one?
Elimination of that parking space.
Okay.
With the expectation of saving
And saving the oak? Is it-
Saving the yoke and eliminating the parking space, and being attentive to the land, the preservation plan for those neighbors, trees, and so forth.
Okay.
I would agree to that.
Agree.
I'm sorry, but if you repeat the issue, I'm confused.
Eliminating the northwest uncovered parking space to preserve the oak and to pay attention to preservation of the neighboring redwood trees.
Just that one item, yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes, whatever.
Strongly
Okay.
yes.
Yes, so we are unanimous on that one. What else?
The parking spaces on other properties.
Okay.
That was an issue I know for Commissioner Barbo's and perhaps others. I don't know what the remedy to that is yet, but is that a general concept you're okay with? It's common in San Francisco with deeded parking. It's not common here because this is in San Francisco
Are we
culturally.
willing
so-
to accept parking spaces on adjoining properties?
So if it's a condo, then that's not an issue.
Well, the current project is not a condo, so we take it as it is.
Even though I'm the one that brought this up, if I think of this as a hybrid, we're not calling it a condo, but there's this little airspace between the buildings, and they're separately owned. I just think, I'll just have to, I hope he's right about that, and it's needed to make this project work the way it's written, otherwise you start revising the whole thing.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
And I will also say yes, on the assumption that there'll be some kind of signage or marking associated with these parking spaces indicating that they relate to a given unit.
No, I object because I don't like I want to know more about the operation of it. I'm not concerned about the legality of it, but I think from a practical standpoint, I would not be in
Okay,
favor of
that's
that.
a no.
Thank you.
Yes.
No.
Gelso?
You know, I'm not a huge fan of it, but I assume people are going to go in knowing this, and perhaps I'm fine with it.
And I'm okay with it, so that's 7-2. Pardon me, 5-2. What else?
Size of the trees?
Oh, yeah, the number and size of trees.
I don't feel it's our responsibility or obligation or to design the project. But I think that there are some flaws, and I will say I'm sorry your landscape architect had bronchitis, because not that I don't think you two can communicate well back to who that individual is, but there are a number of things that I think are important to the success of this project.
Well,
So
can we make a condition that the number of trees and the landscaping are reviewed and subject to staff approval?
Yes, that certainly can be done. It would be helpful if there's a desire of the commission to want to see a minimum of 24-inch box, because as we know, the cost of those things when you get into specimen trees increases crazily.
Well, I
when you
think
get
we've
to-
stated that we prefer larger trees and fewer trees.
Well, and that gets to the question of, what substitutes appropriately versus how many you can put on there, because lesser trees could actually be created better in the space rather than a lot of 15 gallons throughout the property. So I'd be looking for some direction as to whether 24 inches is the least or 36 is the smallest, because then we get fewer of those.
So my thought process is that with the saving of the oak tree, that was the most valuable on-site tree. And when you lose something like that, you expect something in return. So that's where the offer of trees. Now that we're saving that, I'm not saying we should ignore the fact they've removed the other trees. I would be receptive to the idea of,
I think we had, is it 10, Christina? 10 24-inch box trees?
14.
Was it 14?
14.
Okay.
I would be receptive to 5 24s and 2 72s. And the 2 72s would be street trees.
Would they need to be oak trees or just?
Again, I would like to have them coordinate with the city's street tree plan, and then if they want to seek a variance from that, that's something that probably staff can work that out. The fewer's, I think, better on this site. It's a very unusual site, and I can't believe I'm saying it.
Okay, so we're dealing with 5 24s and 2 72s.
Say that again?
5 24s.
Either 24-inch box trees or 72-inch box trees.
Those are in the backyards, and then the two 72s are out in the front yard, in front of the cottage.
I'd support that.
Same.
I have no knowledge of that, so I'll go with the landscape architect.
Yes, I'm fine.
Okay, yes, everybody likes that one. Anything else?
So the only one, again, back to what I was trying to mumble and stumble through, was the idea of revisiting the courtyards. And rather than being specific, maybe can we express concerns about north-facing 21-foot-high roof line, 8-foot-high property line fence, shade, no good lawn, grows
Well,
and
we're
shade?
not demanding lawn, are we?
No, they offered it up, but I'm not interested in making a specific recommendation, but what I am interested in saying is, as it is currently designed, I have great doubt that it'll be a successful outdoor space in the long run.
Why not have a condition that the landscape plan is revised to propose planting in the courtyard areas of vegetation that is appropriate given the lack of direct sunlight and the exposure?
Again, I'm flexible.
Well, then they can fill it in the way they want, but I think his points are well taken. And trying to
Well,
keep
that's a
things-
vague enough condition that they can
work with it.
You know, it doesn't really matter because these are privately owned properties, and whatever you put in, somebody can go in and rip out whatever you put in and put what they want.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a great point. Did design review approve the landscape already? Or was it just design?
They recommended approval, but they had issues and concerns that they recommended to the planning commission to discuss.
But they saw the entire landscape. It was, yeah,
Yes.
okay.
Now, as to the conditions of approval we were sent this afternoon, I did go through that relatively quickly, and about 90% of it is your typical boilerplate about, coordination with the sewer district and the water agency, and I found very little in there that was not boilerplate. So I'm not really sure if we need to hold this over for a review of what is.
No, I agree with you. I went through the same list.
Pretty typical conditions of approval.
So you think with these modifications that you're comfortable?
Yes.
Did anyone want to do a straw poll or discuss the affordable housing issue, like the funding of it, the in lieu?
Well,
Because
let
that was a
me
condition of
ask the planning
approval.
director, how did you arrive at the 70,000?
Exactly, that's my question.
I can let the applicant explain that.
So the numbers that we got for low to mid housing was $350,000, based off of what the numbers that I was given. So the 70,000 is 0.2%, or the difference of the 350,000.
How did the 350 come into play?
This was from our legal team that reviewed what the threshold is for Sonoma, in terms of what the low income threshold.
What you would sell it for?
What you would sell it for, exactly. So so that house essentially, if you put on, yes.
So per median income for like
Exactly.
moderate level?
Exactly.
Okay,
Okay.
that makes sense.
All right. And there is provision in that condition that that 70 stays there regardless of if an in lieu fee gets passed, or if the amount changes, it does not change. So I think that's all covered. All right.
Mr.
anything
Chair, if I
else?
can just make
Yeah.
a comment from what
Yeah.
I'm hearing. Right now, I don't see too much brain surgery with respect to what Commissioner Barnett over here said. With respect to doing some language, we can probably craft, or I can go and craft some of this stuff with staff while you're going through your next item, then we can return with some language if that's up to the commission.
Okay.
Unless that, we'll write direction from your
So we
commission
can
first.
suspend this hearing and move on to the next one?
You can continue it, continue the item, and then I'll go back with staff
Okay.
and we'll work on some conditions, I think.
We'll continue this till later in the meeting.
Unless there's anything else that the commission wants to provide direction on.
But we still have a motion on the table which we haven't voted on.
Well, no, it was removed.
Oh, we withdrew it, didn't we? We withdrew it.
For you to go write the conditions.
No.
Okay. We will continue this till slightly later in the meeting, or maybe quite a while later in the meeting. All right. We're going to move on to item 7.5, which is a study session to consider a use permit for a 9-unit condominium project at 210 Perkins Street. And I think this is Wendy for a staff report.
Thank you. Just give me one moment to set up. Could you plug me in, David?
Oh, sure.
Thank you so much.
Is this one?
Excuse me? Yes.
So this is no longer an election of
All right. Thank you, Chair Felder and members of the commission. The item before you at this point is a study session on a 9-unit condominium development at 210 Perkins Street. Oopsie. Let's see. Let me start at the beginning. Oh, there we go. That's the beginning. The project is located at the corner of 2nd Street West and Perkins Street. There are 2 lots. One fronts on 2nd Street West and the other on Perkins. Surrounding uses are a shopping center to the north. The south lot has an undeveloped lot. To the east is the Sonoma Post-Acute Skilled Nursing Center, and to the west is a single-family residence. It's in the downtown district planning area, and the property is zoned mixed use. And the mixed use designation is intended to accommodate uses that provide a transition between commercial and residential districts, to promote a pedestrian presence in adjacent commercial areas, to provide neighborhood commercial services to adjacent residential areas, and provide additional opportunities for affordable housing. And a multifamily dwelling is a permitted use in the mixed use zoning district. This project may look familiar to some of you. Back in 2008, the Planning Commission considered a similar project. Ultimately, the Planning Commission voted 3-3 to approve the project. However, it was a tie vote, and so the motion failed. The City Council approved the project on appeal, and the approval has since expired. The proposal involves the construction of one 3-story condominium building, which would be placed along the 2nd Street West frontage. It features 9 condominium units divided between 4 different unit types, which range in size from just over 2,000 square feet to 2,587 square feet. The entitlements that are being requested in the current plan consists of a tentative map, exception to the parking standards, exceptions to the driveway backup distance, exception to site coverage, and exception to the building height. The Project Advisory Committee reviewed this project earlier this year and provided feedback to the applicant. With regard to density, the maximum density allowed in the mixed-use zone is 20 dwelling units per acre, and based on the total acre of the project site, a maximum of 9 dwelling units are allowed. So the proposal is consistent with the density requirements. The proposal is also consistent with the setback requirements. The proposal is consistent with regard to site coverage. However, it's slightly over the allowable site coverage. The maximum site coverage in the mixed-use zone is 70%, and the site coverage for the entire project would be 74%. And this increase in site coverage may be allowed subject to approval of an exception. The floor area ratio is met. With regard to building height, the maximum building height within the mixed-use zone is 30 feet. The development code does allow for exceptions to the height limitations for third-floor residential units. A maximum height of 36 feet may be allowed in order to accommodate third-floor multifamily residential development. The allowance of this additional height is subject to approval and of exception. The open space requirements are met. With regard to parking, ultimately 18 spaces are required, and the proposal meets this requirement, although staff has a concern with regard to the tandem parking and the garage width of 2 units. So the tandem parking configuration for the affordable units, Unit 1, does not comply with the city parking standards. And the 2 Unit 4 units propose a 19-foot wide garage space, and a 20-foot width is normally required. With regard to accessible parking, the California Building Code requires one of the units to provide an accessible parking space. And the site plan does not indicate an accessible parking space for one of the units, and so subsequent reviews by the Planning Commission shall specify the location of an accessible parking space for one unit. With regard to backup distance, the backup distance behind the guest parking spaces and behind the 9 garage spaces do not meet standards. So the backup distance behind the guest parking space is 23 feet, and the backup distance behind the garage spaces is 25 feet. backup distance of 25 feet is required for compact parking and 27 feet for standard spaces. It's also unclear how vehicles would back out of the guest parking space adjacent to the trash enclosure on the west portion of the site. And this shall be demonstrated by the applicant in subsequent reviews by this commission. Staff's recommending a minimum of 25 feet of backup distance for both the guest parking area and behind the garage spaces. Bicycle parking will be required, and the number of spaces will be determined by this commission, and the design of the spaces will be recommended by the Design Review and Historic Preservation Commission. So there are 2 affordable units that are required to be developed in conjunction with the project, and the 2 unit 1s have been designated as the affordable units. And so at this point, I'd like to open it up for discussion and feedback. Thank you.
Questions of staff? I have one on that. The 2 affordable units that have been designated are the 2 small units, is that correct?
Yes.
Which is not generally considered the appropriate thing. It's supposed to be spread through the to similar at market rate units, correct?
Right, that's what our development code says.
Yeah, so.
I know we've discussed this before, and I think there's always been confusion over this, but the way I always read the code or thought the code intended was this concept of third floor residential being in commercial and commercial gateway and mixed use. It was to basically allow an extra floor of residential with the assumption that the ground floor was going to be commercial or retail, like similar to the Lynch building or the that building on First Street West behind the post office, and there's a few of those, and I think that was always the intention. And as I read the code, I understand it is a bit confusing, but I thought that was the goal, you know, to call out third floor residential in those sort of commercial districts with the assumption it would be a mixed use building.
Right, and I've heard that too in the past.
Yeah.
But that assumption is not codified in our development code, and I can't find any reference to that.
No, I understand that. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Other questions? Seeing none, would the applicant like to address the commission?
Okay. Do you have it so I can see it up on this side as well? Sorry. Okay. While we're waiting for that, I could probably get started here, and
Sure.
then the images will come up on the screen hopefully here shortly. I do want to thank Wendy and staff for their work so far on the project, and thank you all for your time to give us some review and feedback on the project.
Please state your name and
My name is
address.
Jeff Potts with SDG Architects, here on behalf of the applicant, Chris Deluzak. We do feel this is an ideal site for the mixed-use residential portion of the mixed-use project. It's adjacent to a large commercial center on the north. It's got commercial and retail uses across the street, and one residence adjacent to it on the west side. Across the street is also a vacant lot, and then some more residential uses. You know, the mixed-use zoning is there to allow for higher density housing types, increase housing opportunity, reduce dependence on automobile, and add pedestrians to commercial areas. This site is a 10-minute walk from downtown. It's got a walkable score of 81, so it's a highly walkable site with all services and uses in the nearby area. This is at a density of 20 units to the acre, or 9 units, although, you know, based on the city's code and the state density bonus laws, it could be up to 13 units on this site with a 35% density bonus. The next slide is context. I think you're probably all familiar with the context, so I can probably go through that quickly, but again, it's retail, commercial space To the north and across the street is various commercial office type uses, and adjacent is a small residential structure. There you go. You're right in the right. Oh, one back. You're in a great spot. Thank you very much. The project was designed to address the street with all the front doors facing the street and with all of the parking and garages hidden from the street view and accessed via an alley. I did want to clarify the backup space from the garages is a 4-foot apron, a 21-foot wide alley, and there's an additional foot of curb there. So that's a 26-foot backup space. The backup space at the parking, guest parking, is currently 25 feet. In addition, that's got a curb at 25 feet with a walk behind, so the ability to back up further is present in that area. So those spaces are both already at the 25-foot threshold, but not the 27-foot threshold. The building itself does meet all of the setback requirements. I know there was some letters regarding drainage. This obviously will be engineered to drain per all city and state standards that are in place now. So typically we find these projects are improving any drainage issues that are existing as opposed to causing further drainage issues. From a parking standpoint, we do have one garage that is at 19.5 feet wide. The code allows for compact parking at 30%. Doesn't have anything that says garages have to be 2 full-size cars. I couldn't find anything on garages in the code that indicated that. In addition, we believe and have done numerous projects with 18-foot wide 2-car garages in multifamily projects. So really there's an additional 4 parking spaces that will be used by the tenants within their garage space. An 18-foot wide garage is ample to park 2 vehicles in, and just because we say it's 1 car on here doesn't mean they're only going to put 1 car in that parking space. So they're truly 2-car garages at 18 by 20. And people buy units that fit their lifestyles, including the size of their cars. If they can't park their cars in their garage, they're not going to buy the unit. Next slide, please. Again, the landscaping was designed and the building so that it was generously landscaped towards both streets. All the driveways and parking are permeable pavers. We have an open space buffer to the existing residential homes, including the open space with the trellis along with the tree plantings along the adjacent side there. And that's our usable open space. We do have an ADA parking stall shown on the site, which is the one closest to the end unit there, and ADA access around the building to the front of that unit. Next slide. Just briefly on the floor plans, it is a 3-story building. It is at under the 36-foot height limit for a 3-story upper floor, and we do have quite a bit of articulation in the facade of that building. So on both edges, you can see on the 3rd floor that it's pulled in significantly from the edge of the building to give us a 2-story roof edge along both Perkins and the commercial project to soften up that edge of the building, as well as some very deep open decks on the upper floor, which provide sort of a deep open articulation to the building so that you'll get more of a broken up facade rather than one large facade at that level. I know there was some concern with end windows on that Perkins side from one of the neighbors, and I think there's certainly many things that we could do to help address and reduce that concern with window sizes, orientations, things like that. It is important that, the 3rd floor square footage and, providing 2 out of 9 units as below market rate units, comes at a cost, and the 3rd floor square footage is key to providing those units for the project. Next slide, please. So here you can see the elevations, and you can see the sort of rhythm of the front elevation and the deep balconies up on the 3rd floor that break up that main roof line that's pushed well back from the street, a good 15 feet or more than the rest of the front of the building. And then those entries are broken down into pairs and a single, and address the street to provide a nice sort of articulated, pedestrian-friendly street scene without a bunch of garages and things entering out onto Second Street. The side elevations, again, are broken up, and then the upper floor pushed back from the lower two floors to give us a little bit of a break up there at the end of the building on both sides. So we have a well-articulated mass on the building. And if you could go actually back to the back, I put this, I'm sorry, all the way to the back. I did put, one more back, sorry. I did put this slide in here. As Wendy mentioned, this project had been approved before. The approved version of the project was very similar in plan and size and mass. It's the Spanish style building that was on the upper portion of that slide. Actually, our original design of the building was a more modern design, sort of a Sonoma modern, as we like to call it, about, I don't know, 10 years ago. But at that time, we were told that the Planning Commission and Sonoma wasn't ready for modern architecture. So I happened to put that slide in, and then seeing what I saw earlier today, I thought maybe that's not so true anymore. And with that, we're really here to kind of hear your thoughts and answer any questions that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Have questions of the applicant? Okay.
I'm curious as to why you decided to go for just 9 units when you could go for 13 with the density bonus.
Really, the challenge on all of these projects, and we do a lot of high density things, and much more high density than this, it's always parking. How many parking spaces can I fit on the site is going to dictate how many units I can fit on the site. And your multifamily code is actually very close to the state density bonus code in that it's 1.5. So I could lose the 4 guest parking spaces and potentially put another unit back in that area, but access and parking and all that in this style made it not very feasible.
Was maybe to follow up on the previous question, like a 13-unit, smaller unit for rent project considered for this site?
No, it was not.
Commissioner Barnett.
Given construction cost, land cost, and so forth, it seems to me like the sales price of these condos is going to be $800,000 to $1 million. How does it look to you?
I find that sales cost or construction costs and land costs really are irrelevant. It's what the market will bear when the units are available to be sold.
So what do you think your selling price roughly is going to be on this? You have to have penciled something out.
Well, first of all, I'm the architect on the project, so I haven't penciled out any pro formas. I think that, again, this project's been sort of on and off again, and the reason it was off again for a while is because the market went down to a level that it wouldn't support the construction of the project.
Mm-hmm.
So I would guess that, the $800,000 range is probably fairly reasonable.
Well, I'd like to make these comments respectfully. And maybe this photograph here that we've got in our plan it's small, but it certainly looks kind of generic and it looks crowded to me. And when you showed me that this Hispanic previous eliminated, when I said, oh, gee, that's kind of open and spacious and doesn't have that
the massing
crowded, busy look that I see in the one that we've got in our package.
And you're looking at a 3D model of the Spanish. You're looking at a 3D model of the Spanish elevation,
Quite right.
and you're
It's
looking
a much
at a
better
static
photograph. I agree.
Front elevation of the Craftsman. And so where you see the undulations in the Spanish version there is where those deep balconies are. And so if I produced a model of the Craftsman one, you would see similar rhythm and depth to the elevation.
I suppose so, but it really looks dramatically different to me. I'll just make that statement. It's a visual thing, maybe a mistake.
Well, just taking off on that last comment, the massing, the building mass is so much more prominent in the current design. And going back to that first Spanish one, there's more. I understand your point about it being a 3D model, but it's also not uniformly high all the way across. You have some ups and downs, and space between the buildings. I don't know. I would like to see something that looked more like, or perhaps even modern. Did you notice that what's gone in across the street from this, since two very modern houses have been built? I think Sonoma might be ready for that.
Could be 30 feet tall, too.
Are we just providing, are we doing questions right now?
Questions to the applicant. We're going to open it for
questions.
public comment.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I think we'll open it up to public comment. We may draw you back again. Anyone else from the public here to speak?
Keith Bencher, 215 Perkins Street. I'm across the street from this lot. This is the first time I've ever spoken in front of government before. Not saying that, but
Are you in the house that was just constructed?
I'm in the house that was just constructed.
The one on the corner?
No, actually, we're the one right next
white
door.
one
The
next
white
door?
one right next door to it, and that was, that was redesigned.
Yes.
To actually look quite like the original home for all intents and purposes. And that house is a little bit under, right around 1,600 square feet. So the characteristics of our neighborhood is I understand that across the street is mixed use, and we are, I think, might be high density or medium density residential. But the neighborhood characteristics by and large are 15 to 1,700 square foot single family homes, single levels, even the commercial lots both to the north and to the east. While commercial, they're also all single level. And so when I look at just the sheer size and scope of this project, and I think about what the intent of mixed use designation is, I think as Wendy mentioned, there's numerous aspects of it, right? One is to provide higher density, affordable housing. And I think, I don't understand the code that much, but I don't know if that means all of them should be affordable or just two of them. So that's kind of one item. The other element to them is, they're 2,000 square foot, units. So they could definitely be, smaller and provide more affordability. Second, there should be providing services to the local residential areas. There's no commercial or residential services. There's no commercial or services in it. Number three, they should be providing a smooth transition from what is one zone to another, commercial to residential. And in fact, this is going to provide a very abrupt transition from what is one story, probably less than 20-foot commercial, then 36-story building, and then 20-foot residential. And so it's going to be very jarring. And then finally, it is meant to, the very last part of mixed use is it is meant to contribute to the character or function of the neighborhood and to allow, and I'm not seeing how this project is compatible in any respects of the mixed use definition in any of those four elements. And so, this is a project that was approved 10 years ago, and the market went up and down, and real estate prices have gone up and real estate prices have gone down, building prices have gone up and gone down. This exact project has been attempted for 10 years and hasn't been built. And so from my perspective, and at least from my perspective, I think it's time to look at other development uses for this property within the true intent of the mixed use designation. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Hello again, I'm Carol Marcus, 873 First Street West. And I'm glad this is a study session. I think we really need to pay attention to what once again, the spirit and the letter of the mixed-use zone is. And that is to provide smaller, more affordable units, which is, it says so in the code. It does say condos. These are condos, but they're by and large 2,400 square foot condos. And that's what's causing the mass on this site. It really, to me, it harkens back to the Gateway project where they were trying to maximize the site, and it's the sheer size of the units that is causing the great massive building that we're seeing here. I think it's also really imperative to ask the applicant to show the context in relation to, in the three-dimensional images and in the elevations, and if you were to see those in the drawings, not just in plan, you'd see what an aberration this would be in the neighborhood. Getting back to the 36-foot height limit, I think there's a reason that it says third floor units, as Commissioner Kelso Barnett said, that it says third floor residential units and not 3-story residential units. And to me, that's clear, and I think it's been misinterpreted time and time again. But the intention was third floor residential over retail. It's not to accomplish 3-story residential units with parking underneath. And so, and again, I think all the exceptions that are being asked for have to do with the sheer size of the units. These are not affordable units. I would venture to say that the sales price would be about double what the 800 at the current cost of construction. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol.
Bill Willers, 873 First Street West. Luckily, this project died in 2008. It should never have been approved by the City Council on appeal. We're fortunate that this project did not get built. This is an aberration in our community. The only place where a project like this exists currently is on the street that I live on First Street West, the Derringer building. And that building too feels like an aberration in our community. It does not fit in. It is not of our community. This project has landed simply because it's been done every other place in California where they build 3-story townhouse units with the parking garages underneath them. We saw it for the property on the corner of Broadway and MacArthur. We're seeing it now on the corner of 2nd Street West and Perkins. If this was a compatible project, it would be of a scale like the neighborhood that it's going into. 1,500 to 1,700 single floor houses versus 2,500 square feet of living space as a townhouse put together as a mixed-use building. If you took 1,000 square feet out of each of these units, it wouldn't have to be 36 feet high. It would have much more articulation. It would be in scale with the community. You could have more freedom on the site to actually circulate and provide outdoor space. And it would be a project that would probably fit our community rather than the one that landed here. There is nothing in this neighborhood of this scale. The commercial project to the north of it, the Marketplace Center, is a 1-story building. And even as a commercial building, maybe get to 21, 22 feet high. Maybe. All of the single-story buildings in this neighborhood are at the most 20. We designed Keith's house. We did it in a way so that it would not feel different than the community that it's in. And that is a workforce, small house, Sonoma neighborhood. This project doesn't belong here.
Thank you, Bill. Anyone else? Bless you. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the commission, close the public hearing. Further comments?
I would agree with the comments that were offered from the public. especially Bill and Carol. This lot reminds me a lot of the parcel on the corner of 5th Street West and West Main Street that backs up to the Sonoma Market Shopping Center and was recently developed with a building similar to this, not as high, but I think 7 townhomes right next to each other with the parking in the back, etc. And I think that was a real wasted opportunity to develop perhaps more units, but smaller, perhaps even rental units. And I think that would probably be a good use for this site as well, considering its location proximate to retail and downtown. And I think you could perhaps even deliver more units, but in a manner that would, to other people's points, better fit in with the neighborhood and respect the neighborhood. I would agree with the neighbor. This is a jarring transition. Mixed use is supposed to gently transition from commercial to residential uses, and this to me seems jarring. Maybe I wasn't around. I don't think I was around in 2008, so I don't remember this. But had I been around, I would have been at the meetings because I can't believe this was ever approved at this site, and thank God it was never delivered. So I would encourage the developer to start over and rethink plans for this site.
Well, I concur with my namesake and some of the comments of the public. I think that this is out of scale with the neighborhood. My recollection of discussion about third floor residential, and I was on the city council when that, leading up to the completion of that development code, was specifically to, in the mixed-use zone, contemplate having commercial on the ground floor, and in order to accommodate additional residential uses, to be able to go up to a third floor for residential use. But it was not intended to enable three-story residential developments. It just, to me, that's a distortion of the intent. I think that these are not really going to satisfy what I'd refer to as even a middle class need. That I don't think this is the kind of housing that Sonoma needs. And while we can't force a property owner or a developer to do something, it's up to them to propose what they want to do. This is just, antithetical to what it is that we want. I think I'd be more inclined to allow for something that's as dense as this, not as high, if it were an apartment building of rental apartments at 800 or 900 square feet to 1,200 square feet. That to me would be tempting because it's what we need. And that would really fill a gap we have in the community. This is going to be, something like this is just going to be satisfying the upper end of the market. And it's just too out of scale with its location. So I understand the momentum of a previous approval may be driving this, but I think we've learned more over this last decade about what we want and how we want it. I'm thinking of the de novo project over on that hospital lot that's being built right now, and the degree to which even trying to get that single family home development into some relative scale to the existing neighborhood there, which was all single story, smaller houses, was, a lot of work. And it took many iterations to get to that final project. And I think we can do better.
Anybody else?
I'm not terribly different than my fellow commissioners. I would like to see more units. I think that with the density bonus, if you can go up to 13 units and you have something like a 1,200 unit, 1,200 square feet per unit, you would still have less square footage than you have now. I would like to see the transition from the commercial area to the residential area to be more seamless. I could see 2 stories fitting in here. Someday I'd love to see the marketplace have residential built on top of some of those commercial buildings. I think that would be fabulous. But that's not there today. So to have a 3-story aberration in the middle of that would be, as people have said, jarring. So I would really encourage looking at something like 10 to 13 units, making them smaller, more in the 1,100 to 1,200 square foot range. I hate tandem parking. It's not in our code anyways, but also I think that if I had to live with somebody and I had to tandem park, I'd be angry at them all the time. So I wouldn't really want to go for that. And then in terms of the design style, looking at the old design, the modern, the Spanish design, and the craftsman, that modern design looks like Emeryville to me. So I would not be in favor of that. Spanish style is pretty attractive, and craftsman looks rather busy to me.
I'd just like to clearly agree with the public and commissioners' comments.
I also agree with just about everything that's been said. I do also think that just given where this is in Sonoma and what kinds of houses are in that side, I think smaller makes a whole lot more sense. More units, smaller size, and perhaps not the craftsman style, because I don't feel like it really fits right there.
When I look at this elevation, I can see that it is probably a formula that has worked well in a number of other locales. I'm not sure I have a personal leaning as far as an architectural style one way or the other based on what is on the screen and what is on the drawing. But I do think scale and massing in an infill project is critical, particularly when we do value what we still kind of cling to, and that's kind of a small scale town, small scale community. And we do have significant housing needs, and it would be great to be able to meet the needs of the workforce. So I would strongly encourage the applicant to revisit the context, the setting, the neighborhood, and as has been expressed, more sometimes is better, but I think more small in this setting would be better.
And I'll just chime in with more of the same. I think I agree with both the other commissioners' comments and the public that this is just out of scale for where it is. And I certainly would support smaller units, even with more units, and I think they would fit better in this property. And I'd love to see more rental units. So hopefully that gives you some direction, maybe not the direction you were hoping to go in, but I think that's where the commission's at this point in time. And if the applicant feels that you've at least heard what we have to say, I don't know if it makes you happy, but I hope that you can put it to use to develop a project. And with that, I'll close this item. And we'll go back to item 7.4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christine and I were able to craft some conditions. We've created 2 conditions that will be added to the list that you received this afternoon. Both of them have two parts, so I'll read them aloud. I have shared these conditions with the applicant, and they have agreed to them, but clearly they would need to do that on the record, assuming that the language stays as I've crafted, and certainly the commission can modify the language that I provide. So let me give it a shot. New condition number 55. Prior to the submittal of the parcel map, the applicant shall modify the site plan to include A, the removal of one parking space in the northwest corner in order to preserve the existing oak tree, and 2, provide a signage plan for the identification of on-site parking spaces for each respective unit. Condition 56, prior to the submittal of a parcel map, the landscaping plan shall be modified to include A, measures to preserve the off-site redwood trees to the satisfaction of the planning director, and B, include 5 24-inch box trees and 2 72-inch box trees, which shall be placed in the front landscaping area to the satisfaction of the planning director. Those are the two conditions, and I can try to repeat them again.
Well, if that is agreeable to the commission, I'd entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, if I can just have you have the applicant respond to
yes,
those conditions. before
Are
do
you
that.
willing to accept
Confirm.
those conditions?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I also just add that since the initial hearing was closed, Christina forwarded the Page and Turnbull report, and it concludes that the project is in compliance with all 10 of the Secretary of Interior's standards for rehabilitation. So in case there was any concern,
Thank you.
They verified that everything's fine.
Would you like to craft a new motion, Commissioner Wellender?
Mr. Chair, if it will help, there is a resolution, I believe, attached. You know, recommend approval of the motion of the resolution with the added conditions that we stated.
Right. That would be the motion. Did you say so moved?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Yes.
Commissioner Bohar.
No.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Yes.
And Chair Felder.
Yes.
The motion is approved 6-1.
Thank you. Which brings us then to item 7.6. I have called for this item to be on the agenda for election of officers because it has been customary from time to time to alternate the position of chair to the other commissioners. So I wanted to make that opportunity available, but I also want to state that if it were your desire, I would be willing to continue as chair, but certainly it's up to the commission to decide how you want to act. So with that, I'll open it to the commission for discussion.
I make a motion that we re-elect Chair Felder.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Commissioner.
Little discussion.
Oh,
You
discussion.
Do you have a burning desire to be the chair of the planning commission, Mr. Wellender?
Only if there's a pay raise.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Let's do a roll call.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
I'll abstain.
Okay. The
No,
motion-
I say yes.
Okay, motion is unanimously approved 7-0.
Okay, so now I'll take nominations for vice chair.
I would like to nominate the reelection of Vice Chair Ron Wallander.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Commissioner Kelso Barnett.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willander.
Conflict of interest. Aye.
Commissioner Bohar.
Aye.
Commissioner Barbos.
Yes.
Commissioner Larry Barnett.
Aye.
And Chair Felder.
Aye.
Motion is unanimously approved 7-0.
And as someone once said, the news of my passing was highly overrated. Exaggerated, excuse me. Items for discussion, anything? Nothing? Issues update?
No updates, but happy Christmas.
Can I
We
make one
have-
comment?
Comments right now.
Okay. This is out of the latest planning magazine, and they had an article in there that I really loved where they showed testing bulb outs. And I'm wondering, as we look at the potential of using bulb outs in our community, it's so easy. They're using wattles and potted plants. And as we struggle with how bulb outs would work, I just wanted to say I'd like this to be something that we should consider rather than dwelling on whether or not they work. Just get a bunch of wattles and potted plants and try it. Okay? Thanks.
Any other comments from the commission other than have a happy holiday and see you all in January? And I'll still be sitting here. Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Did somebody second? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None.